All right, if you all stand, thank you very much for coming.
Liz, can I just interrupt you for a second? The mics are there just so we catch everybody. Some people have told me that they couldn't hear.
Perfect.
Because it's over here, so that's why the mics are there.
Great,
Sorry.
and I've
Just
got,
to let you know.
I'm just to let everyone know, Christine Fitzgerald, she's on medical, but she's on the line.
Okay.
So, all right.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to start. We do have public comment. We're limiting, it's a 3-minute public comment, 5 speakers, but we will go ahead and add another 5 at the end of the evening, okay, so that we can get 10 speakers to speak. So the first one who signed up.
Dan Bouchard?
No, I'm gonna go out.
He's gonna go out.
Oh, yes, no, he's speaking as the rep, yeah,
Then that would be you.
as our advisor.
And I got a timer on my watch as well.
Okay, you tell me.
Go.
All right, my name is Erica Lowy, 18 Lancaster Drive. A couple things I want to bring to the attention of the board tonight. First and foremost, I have grave concerns about the fact that the chairwoman of the board again subverted the will of the board and the vote of the board in having the positions of or having the children's librarian position pulled, and then falsely accused the director of filing it or posting it maliciously. I am deeply concerned about that because this is the second time now that the board has made a vote and she has pulled it down. As a result of this, and numerous other concerns, I and some other townspeople have been putting together an ethics complaint against the chairwoman of the board. And we are in accordance with federal law, state law, and the town charter. We are submitting it in all ways that we need to do. If I may, Trustee Palmieri as the vice chair, I'm going to submit that to you because we are required to give it to an elected official of the board. We have numerous complaints about some of the behaviors that have gone on since Chairwoman Thomas has been made chairwoman. Like I said, the subverting the will of the board has been an ongoing problem. The underhanded approach to alternates, the approach to public comment, the long-standing issue of being unable to run a meeting according to Robert's rules or within a timely manner or an effective manner. So all of those have been documented or being submitted. I have redacted versions, so if anybody would like some, I'll put them right here. You can feel free to pick them up. They're available. I also have concerns about the policy changes that have been proposed to the Board of Trustees. The policies I've noticed that the New Hampshire Library Trustee Association Code of Ethics has not been included in there. Once again, that should be a very easy thing to adopt. I'm very deeply concerned that you have not adopted it and have not included it. I am also very concerned about the fact that most of the changes are vacating the director of the library of any real power and are putting all of her actions and all of her behaviors under you to approve or disapprove. You can't get through a meeting in less than 3 hours, and you can't accomplish anything in a meeting. Why should all of the library's work and everything that the director do fall under people who cannot find their way out of a document? That's ridiculous. We're not going to be able to get anything done if you guys actually vote that in. That's appalling. It's irresponsible, it's micromanaging, it's an ongoing issue. I'm also going to add in a concern about retaliation. Again, this is also documented in the Code of Ethics violation. When Colleen professionally and appropriately on June 14th brought her concerns about the library budget to the board, she was not coming in aggressively or unprofessionally. She came in very professionally. She was cut off, she was harassed, police were called as part of that. It was ridiculous. And then when her
called for that.
When her the question of her raise or her bonus was brought before everyone at the next meeting, it was voted against by one specific member, again, the chair, for reasons unspecified. That to me says retaliation, which is a grave ethical concern. Thank you.
Yep. Next.
Tiffany Gagnon, 17 Buckingham Drive. With less than 24 hours for the public to review, here are just some of the changes that these documents propose. The bylaw changes opens doors for removing the public comment from any agenda. It gives the board full control of the budget, not just approval, and removes any subcommittee budget reviews. It counts abstentions as no votes, which allows trustees to block motions without taking personal responsibility. The personnel policy changes strip the library director of authority to administrative policies for the staff they manage. It makes merit raises nearly impossible to earn. Last month, a staff member received an outstanding performance review and Liz voted no on her raise. It gives the board sole control over salaries, benefits, technology, and collection development, despite the board having no management experience, limited technology knowledge, and likely very conservative views on book collections. Your constituents and other public servants in town have been begging you for months to work more closely with Erin. I'm struggling to reconcile how your next decision was to just strip her of power. Kate Burbridge shared statistics at a town council meeting last year about how our library is outperforming other local libraries despite having a smaller budget and less staff. This library is flourishing under Erin's leadership. So how do you justify taking her responsibilities under your own leadership when you've yet to get your act together to get through one meeting? I emailed you all yesterday about this. Moira at least emailed me back with the response that the board is trying to comply with current RSAs. So were we not previously compliant? When were these current RSAs updated? That would have opened us to non-compliance. And how many other local libraries are in this mad dash to strip their directors of responsibility so they can be compliant? I don't know of any. A lawyer needs to review your interpretations of the RSAs and the changes to these documents before you vote, because the optics aren't good. These read as a hostile takeover, not a desire for compliance. And the worst part is that nothing we say here would probably matter because you aren't listening, and I assume that the same 4 members will jam this through tonight. But I want to say thanks to Erin and the incredible staff. The library is a magical place of learning, and it'd be a shame if the board majority of Professor Umbridges ran it into the ground. And if you don't understand that reference, you shouldn't be in charge of any kind of book collection. And if you do, I urge you to reflect on that, what kind of character you want to be in life.
Next.
Nick Marr, 5 Holly Lane. I just wanted to ask the board, who wrote the revisions for the personnel policy and the bylaws that we're seeing here tonight?
I'm sorry, did you say who wrote them?
Yeah.
We actually all contributed, but anyone who sent in things. I had Christine, Maura, Jan, and myself, and I put them together. Oops.
Okay,
Sorry, that's what
so
I assisted in some too.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
what?
I assisted in
Oh,
some too.
yes, I'm
So-
sorry, yeah, exactly.
So
Helen
2
was
meetings
on the
ago, the
committee.
town manager instructed you guys that you had to send revisions to Erin to avoid having another illegal meeting, which you guys love to have. And then at the last meeting, July meeting, you guys were talking about doing the personnel policy again, and you said, we'll all email each other, and you had to be reminded again that that is an illegal meeting. So I don't understand why the personnel policy and the bylaws were sent in less than 24 hours ago with no public record of discussion. I'm sure Beth and Nancy had no input on this, and you guys can't act as individuals, you have to act as a board. So I'm just wondering why you guys are continuing to still have illegal meetings.
I normally try not to do a conversation, but I want to show you. First of all, Beth and Nancy got the same memo all of us got to put on paper and send it in to me, okay, any changes that they want to see on the bylaws. And I'm trying to, the bylaw, the updates for the bylaws were done last week, and for the personnel policy. They were sent in
When were
last
they
week.
posted?
They were sent in to Erin to be posted. I'm not sure when,
Monday.
but Monday they got posted, okay. But
Okay,
it was
so
the end of
per
last
your
week.
own bylaws, you can't even vote on them tonight because they have to be posted 10 days in advance. So that's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Richard Kalinsky, 89 Hall Road. There's a lot out there on social media about a lot of stuff that's going on in this library. Some of it's caused by the board, some of it's caused by the people that are here supporting it. There was a lot of talk about the circulation, the library text position being pulled. Well, it was pulled because what was posted is not what this board agreed to. I sent you all a packet late this afternoon, you might not have opened it yet, of all the pertinent information. So on the May 7th meeting, in the minutes, it states, from Erin, for a part-time, non-benefited library tech. That's fine. Voted 3-2 to approve the posting. I don't believe you had the posting that night. You just actually okayed something you hadn't actually looked at. Yesterday, the Liberate Leach Library with the webpage put in May that Erin, the same thing, that it was brought up as a non-benefited position. And they're correct. They put that there. I don't know who wrote it. It was there. Here's the page. I have the posting that was originally done that was pulled down. And the posting says, starting at $24.66 per hour with prorated, paid time off, holidays, vacation, and sick time. Those are benefits. Benefits are anything that is above and beyond monetary compensation. That's not what you approved. It was presented as a non-benefited position. Right or wrong, that's how it was presented. The job placement ad was written up and placed on the website with benefits. The library director, and people aren't going to like to hear this, they're going to say it's micromanaging. The library director has no right to add benefits. Look at the personnel policy. It says at the sole discretion of the board, the trustees, they can vote if they're going to put them in. They haven't had a meeting to do that, so it hasn't been voted in. So when it was pulled, what was pulled was technically an illegal posting because it's not as presented. It wasn't agreed to have benefits. It is what it is, people. You may not like it, but that's the law. A lot of what is that I see that's being done with the bylaws and such, one of the bylaws said that the library director, and this is nothing against Erin, shall put together the budget. That's contrary to state law. State law has what the library trustees are required to do. It says they shall do these, and they list them. The second one down is they shall do the budget. Erin can be involved in it, but she can't do the budget, give it to them, and have them approve it. That's the law. You may not like it, that's what it is. People don't like it when I bring this stuff up, but I try to go by the law. Is that it? I'm done?
Yep.
Okay. I have a lot more. If anybody wants it, give me your email address and I'll send you it. The laws are what the laws are.
Next person.
Amy Agostino, 6 Willow Living. I can't stay for the whole meeting tonight, but I'm choosing to believe that with all the input from the public that this board will have done some homework and some soul searching and be ready to conduct business tonight in a manner befitting elected officials of Londonderry. In March, Londonderry voters approved a children's librarian position requiring a master's degree in library science. This board has stalled and backtracked and tried to change the voted on requirements, but I am confident that Chairwoman Thomas in particular has made efforts to understand that New Hampshire state employment law requires PTO as part of a job listing, that it is not actually considered a benefit, and reviewed the salary tables approved by this board and will be ready to apologize for the chaotic and illegal processes thus far and get that position expediently filled after leaving the library short-staffed during the busy summer reading season. As to the part-time library tech position, I have great faith that the board will have reviewed their illegal actions of overriding the vote of the complete board and removing that posting, and I look forward to seeing the reporting of the meeting with the apology of promise to do better and the prompt posting of that position. I hope the board also re-examines its mean-spirited focus on undermining library programming, micromanaging and bullying our director and staff, and trying to nickel and dime them to death in the name of saving taxpayer money. Londonderry is actually among the lower funded libraries per capita among similar towns, and we already receive incredible value for the library budget funded by our tax dollars. I'm sure by now you've heard this often enough from library patrons and taxpayers to take it to heart and focus on supporting our library instead of sabotaging. Finally, in this spirit of optimism, I leave you with some quotes from the NHLTA's Code of Ethics. I couldn't seem to find a Code of Ethics for this board, so I'll assume you're using those state guidelines for now. As elected or appointed public officials, trustees of New Hampshire public libraries have an obligation to meet the highest legal, moral, and ethical standards in their conduct and decisions. The following principles should be used as a guide to achieve this goal. Provide equal access to a broad diversity of viewpoints, beliefs, information, and media. Abide by all state and federal laws that apply to New Hampshire public libraries. Function as a whole unit. Individual trustees cannot assume sole authority for actions unless delegated to do so by the board. Respect the director as the professional administrator of day-to-day operations and procedures. Do not undermine the authority of the director's supervision of staff. Protect the integrity and purpose of the library as a community institution. Challenge proposals or actions that are illegal or contrary to the mission. Challenge any board member whose actions betray the public trust, violate the law, jeopardize the integrity of the library, or cause dissension within the library. Thank you, and I look forward to watching the rest of this meeting later this week to see those principles in action.
Do we have one more speaker?
That was 5, I think.
That was 5, okay, all right, thank you. At the end of the evening, if, we'll, try, if we can get out of here at least an hour, we'll try to have another session of public comment, okay? All right, right now, we're going to go to,
Jan wants to
Yeah.
share something.
oh, Jan, yes.
Just as a overall thing, I just want to have people check the New Hampshire Department of Labor. The New Hampshire Department of Labor does not require time off for holidays, vacation, or sick time for full-time people nor part-time people. They don't require it, so I just want to let you know that that is the case. You can check it there and see. I'm not saying that that can't happen, I'm just saying that it's not required by New Hampshire state law. So that's it.
And I will add to that, that if you look at the New Hampshire state law, all the benefits that are listed are all the benefits you do not believe are benefits. Vacation, sick time, all of those, they're all benefits. You might say no, read the document, that's all I can say. All right. We're gonna go into old business and we're gonna look at the bylaws, proposed changes, okay? Yes. Oh, Dan, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Yes, I would like to hear from our liaison now.
Town council, right?
Yes, our town council liaison, yes.
Good evening. So we had our meeting Monday night, and we approved the process for the alternates. It is going to go read it briefly. So on August 4th, the town council met. We reviewed this process, and we approved this. So third step is we're going to post the vacancy. Posting happened today on August 5th. It's going to continue until August 29th. The postings will appear in the Londonderry Times on August 14th. All right, we'll distribute the submitted applications on September 2nd. All received town bank forms will be distributed to the members of the town council and members of the board of trustees. If the number of applicants warrants it, on September 8th, town council meeting, the town council will decide on the quantity of applicants to interview and will vote to determine which applicants will be invited for interviews at the September 22nd meeting. The council may also choose to hold interviews prior to the customary 7 p.m. meeting start time, basically because we have huge agendas. Trustee feedback period. The Leach Library Board of Trustees will have until September 10th, 2025 to provide individual written comments. These comments will be included in the public meeting packet for the September 22nd town council meeting. At the September 22nd, the town council will interview, and we may choose to appoint up to 3 Leach Library trustees as alternates. The stuff is already posted online for the people. I mean, I've already gotten emails of people asking about it, and people are filling it out. So I will pass this to you. If you can pass it on to the rest of your board, that would be great. Anybody who wants to see it, if you go to the town council agenda, you can go over there and look at it. It's in our packet, and it says draft. But we haven't changed anything from what the draft says.
Okay, so my understanding that everyone, all the board are allowed to individually make some,
Right in there.
some
Yeah.
suggestions.
Exactly what it
Until
says.
September 10th.
Till September 10th,
Yeah.
May I
yes.
just ask a question
Until
for that,
September.
related to that? For the trustees who want to make suggestions or recommendations, Who do they email? Does it say it in there?
Kirsten.
Oh, Kirsten, okay.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
wanted, just for clarity, so that in
Yeah.
case somebody watching knows that. Okay.
Yeah, everything will go to her, and then she'll distribute that information out to the appropriate people.
Okay, Jan,
So,
thank you
okay?
very much.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, and good luck. Anybody who wants to apply?
Okay, we're gonna start off right away with the suggested changes, okay, to the bylaws. Like I said, a number of people have contributed, board members have contributed. So I'm gonna go section by section. I'm only gonna read the changes, and then I'm gonna give the board an opportunity to make their suggestion, and then we'll go ahead and select if we want to accept that and vote on it, okay?
Madam Chair, may I
Yeah.
ask questions as well?
Yes,
May I ask questions
Yes, you
during
may.
that time as well?
Yeah.
Thank you.
okay? All right, the only thing in the first, oh, I'm sorry.
No, just one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Maura.
I just want to confirm that the changes are the pink ink.
The faded red, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Just double checking.
Yeah,
Beth has a question.
yeah,
Sorry.
yes, Beth.
It hasn't been posted 10 days, so we won't be able to vote on it tonight. We'll have to.
I believe it's a suggestion.
No, it's in our bylaws. It's in our bylaws. You cannot change bylaws unless they've been posted. I can find it and quote it to you.
No, that's fine, yeah. Okay. The first paragraph, the only change was the last sentence. The trustees execute all statutory duties delegated under Title 16, Public Libraries. Yes,
Can I ask what that Title 16 is from?
It's the RSA.
It's from the RSA?
It's
Yeah,
the
the
chapter
RSA,
for the
called,
RSAs.
it's called Title 16.
Okay.
And then it goes to code, the
it's a state law. Yeah.
Okay, I guess could we just make that more clear in that statement, that RSA number, because
Sure.
if you're just looking at, and then just another recommendation, so I won't say it going
Yep.
forward. If we could possibly have an appendix at the end of the bylaws that list all the RSAs that are, or, references in this bylaw, so that people don't have to search for what those are, I think that might
Okay.
be helpful.
Yep,
That's just a
Okay.
suggestion for the whole document.
okay, thank you.
And just to let everybody know, I'm taking suggestions on this copy, and then that'll be used to update the next copy, so just to let you know that's what I'm doing.
Okay, section 2, membership and vacancies. The first line, it says that it's composed of 7, and in parentheses, we have 7 odd numbered. It always looks for an odd number, okay? So like 5 to vote, 3, 3, 5, 7 type of thing. But with 3, you don't have a quorum, okay? And then further down, it's said for 3-year term, and it's a staggered 3-year term, so not all the trustees leave in the same year. So we just added the word staggered, and then the trustees should not be members of the library staff is added in there. And then it says this is for all vacancies, for alternates and for trustees that resign. Should the vacancy arise for any reason, trustees shall not be members of the library staff. And should a vacancy arise for any reason, the Board of Trustees, pursuant to RSA 202-A:10, may recommend to the town council qualified individuals. So it does say that may, it's a choice of each trustee if they would like to recommend someone, okay? And then that was it for that paragraph. Comments?
It's for the law, you can't work for the town either. So I didn't know if you wanted just to be like work for the town of Londonderry in any capacity, or if you want to leave it at.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Speak up a little bit
Oh,
louder.
Yeah.
sorry. Occupational hazard.
Yeah, it's just that we're right under this thing.
For
Yeah,
sure.
under the fan, yeah.
The trustees shall not be members of library staff, but I do believe it should be all municipal staff, so I just didn't know if you wanted to add it to include like the whole town of Londonderry.
No, because I don't believe that. It says all municipal staff. The library is independent from the town, so it would.
That is correct, but I believe it's in the town charter.
A10.
Or that it could be. So
I think-
just for
Would you get me the reference for that, and
I
I'll
will
be glad to
definitely
change
do.
it,
I just
okay?
wanted to-
Yeah,
I
thank
think,
you.
I would have to agree with that, I think because there were a couple community members that did work for the town, like during the last election.
Yeah.
And they approached me and said they were gonna run, and then when they went to go apply, I
They
think
could
they
not.
were unable to because they work for town, but
Okay.
we can get that.
That would be great,
confirmed.
so that we
Sure.
can correct that, okay? All right. The next section, 2.2, is this, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So this is the A10, which is library trustees vacancies and alternates. Vacancies occurring on any board of library trustees in a town shall be filled as provided in RSA 669:75. A vacancy occurring among publicly elected members of the Board of Library Trustees of a city library shall be filled by the city council or other appropriate appointing authority within 2 months of the notice by the remaining members of the Board of Trustees. The Board of Library Trustees may recommend to the appointing authority names of persons for appointment to vacancies on expired terms. The Board of Library Trustees may recommend to the appointing authority the names of no more than 3 persons who may serve as alternate members, blah, blah, blah. I guess that doesn't say the thing about the specifics on the library councils. City trustees, trustees, I'm sorry, that's the wrong reference then. It's A6. So it's library trustees, election and alternates. Library trustees shall have the entire custody and management of the public library of all property of the town relating thereto, including appropriations held pursuant to RSA 202-A:11(3), but accepting trust funds held by the town. Any town having a public library shall at a duly warranted town meeting elect a board of library trustees consisting of an odd number of persons, which the town may decide to elect. Such trustees have staggered 3-year terms until the successors are elected and qualified. There may be no more than 3 alternates. The town where a public library has been acquired by the town, no, that's just the special provisions. Okay, so I don't see the other reference, so.
Yeah.
So, well, I'll continue to look it up, but I know there was some reference there about the, that they can't be library employees, but we can check about the town.
Okay, all right.
So this is RSA.
The next section, 2.2, this one has changes because we added in the alternate information. So it said the board may provide names. Before it said the board will provide names, okay, of interested individuals. And then the next section is alternates will be utilized to fill in when there is less than 7 trustees present. Alternates are encouraged to attend all meetings and may participate in the conversation and have voting rights when filling in as a board seat. Alternates should have equalized opportunity of filling in for the absent trustees. The board may determine a system for choosing the alternate when needed. Alternates serving as a voting member will be recorded as attendees in the board member minutes. Okay, yes.
So, because we don't have a process in which to choose alternates, I think that we should either adopt the process from the town or create our own, because we don't have a process where we post for alternates, we encourage people to write to us, we interview them, etc. This is just indicating what they're going to do once they've been appointed. So I think we need to have a process.
No, I appreciate you saying that only because I expected you to, but I wanted the board to contribute.
Sure. No.
And some of you have experience on other boards where you know the process, and so would you like to share with us
Well, every board is different, certainly when a vacancy would become available on the school board, it was advertised and posted in a variety of different places. Again, like the town, you have a certain period of time in which to send in a letter of interest, maybe, an area of interest.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right now we're referring to which alternate serves on when there's
right.
when
I thought you
not a
asked me
quorum.
to point to my experience on the other board. So
Yeah.
I'm
no,
sorry, I
yeah.
misunderstood you.
No, sorry. Yeah, this is. I know I've been told that some actually pull a name out of a hat and then once it, what happens is it becomes a rotation. Like, so you'll have 3 names, and now they pull their name, and whatever at the beginning, wherever their name lands, that's, you know, they'll always number 1, always number 2,
Sure.
and always one, and it's always a rolling.
Right.
So the first person to be called up, if they're available, would be number 1, and then the next meeting, or if there's 2,
Sure.
okay, that's how it would be done. So that was one way I was gonna suggest, but I wanted the board to offer other other things. Yes, Jim?
As far as the selection of the alternates, as far as the overall selection, the town council has, at the request of the public, as well as some board members on the board here, has developed a process for selecting the alternates, so that is the process we have. We don't need a process to select it because the town has taken that process, is gonna do that process, so.
Forever?
Well, they certainly did it for this time, so we'll see
Well,
what.
wait.
But I'm just saying, I think that whatever process we want should be listed in our bylaws, and if we want the town to do it for us,
No.
then we should put that in. If-
I think you're talking 2 different things. Jen, we're not talking about who gets selected as alternates. We're talking about who gets first, who's the first alternate to be called up when there's when there's an opening. We just have to keep it so that everyone has an equal opportunity.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, that was not what I was referring to.
Oh, okay, what were you
So I'm referring to when we choose alternates, what is our process? Are we going to advertise them on our website? Are we going to have them posted in the newspaper? How are we going to gather our pool of
okay.
alternates? That's what I was referring to.
And
And
that's,
so you're right, they
so that's what I was
have taken
saying,
that
is
power away, yes.
we had
Yeah.
set up, we had tried to set up a policy,
Our lawyers set up a policy.
Yeah,
We,
and we went by what, but anyway, the town has taken that and has done that for this time, so, we probably could do that, but right now, that's the policy we have, is what the town is doing.
So then my point is that if we're going to rely on the town to do that for us moving forward, we should state that in our bylaws,
Yeah, or stated in the MOA.
whichever.
We made a note of that, okay.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, going back to, when we're talking about when there's an opening,
Right.
which
Which one-
person
yes.
gets chosen
Right.
first. So the suggestion is but I wanted to talk, go ahead.
I'm digging back through, because I had this information from
Yeah.
a couple meetings ago,
Yeah.
because I'd reached out to a couple towns and I got
Okay.
their information,
Yeah.
so I'm pulling it up right
Okay.
now to review from Goffstown, Bedford, Darien, a few to go by. Similar to what you just mentioned
Yes.
in terms of just rotating
Yeah,
and making sure that a different person
they
is
all
chosen.
have an opportunity.
Yes.
But if
Yeah.
then if I'm number 1 and I speak, I'm sitting as the next time, number 2 would be chosen.
Right.
Okay? If number 2 wasn't there, then it would go to number 3. But because they weren't there, they don't automatically get into the next slot. We always keep the 1, 2, 3. And that's how most of from my understanding, most of the town committees do it. They have 3 positions, 1, 2, and 3. At the first meeting, when the alternates have been sworn in, they pick a number, they get on the list, and that's how we follow. And that way, there's no discussion. It's whoever. If someone's missing, it will go to the next person. Does that sound good to everyone?
I think, yeah.
I was just gonna say, I would like to hear the information from the other libraries.
I'm digging
Okay.
it up right now.
Okay.
If, because I don't think I have what I had written on it from the 2 meetings ago, I don't think. Could we go ahead for a minute
Sure.
and come back? So I
Sure,
can just pull it
yes,
up?
yeah, okay. So that actually takes care of, section 2, we're on section 3 now. This one is the officials, the officers will be a chairperson, a vice chair, a secretary, and a treasurer. I was suggesting that we add an assistant treasurer if deemed necessary by the board, and elected from among the members of the board for a 1-year term until the first trustee meeting following the town elections.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, my apologies, Madam Chair. I had a question of when would the election be? So the election for this would be at the
The March, the town March elections.
April meeting.
Oh,
Is that
for
correct?
this, yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay, sorry, I
Okay.
didn't, my apologies,
Yeah.
I misunderstood
Yeah,
that.
okay. So any questions on that, yes, Nancy?
Were you in Item 3.2.
Section 3.
3.1.
Oh, you're still in 3.1. Okay, gotcha. Yep. Nope, good.
That was 2.2, I'm sorry, no, I'm sorry, yeah.
3.1?
No, 3.1,
officers.
yeah, it's 3.1,
Yeah.
yep, okay. All right, no questions on that one?
So, no,
Oh,
no,
I'll- go
not-
ahead.
Not necessarily, but I do
Yeah.
want to add, and I don't know if we want to add it here or, there is an item where the responsibilities of each, officer are listed. But I do want to add that, the chair, whoever the chair may be, it has no more authority than any other member of the Board of Trustees and will not have the authority to override the majority vote, a simple majority of the vote. And that is in accordance with RSA 202-A:2 and RSA 202-A:11. And I would like to have that added.
A202.
Yes,
Uh,
I'm sorry.
A-
Yep, A202 dash, excuse me, I'm sorry.
202.
RSA 202
Dash A.
colon 2
Yep.
and RSA 202-A:11.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to add a sidebar, okay? Again, I'm going to talk to you about the fact that I did not override the vote of the board. The vote of the board was Erin asked for a part-time employee with no benefits. It's written right in the minutes, it's right on the screen, you can see. She posted a part-time job with benefits. So I did not pull down the posting that was approved by the board. I pulled down the posting that was not approved by the board, okay?
I respectfully disagree with you, but I understand.
Okay,
Thank you.
you can look at the minutes, you
Okay,
can look
okay.
at the posting, go ahead.
So I was just gonna say, Madam Chair, point of order, we're just discussing things for this piece. So, for the bylaws changes, so, we need to keep on that.
We'll move on, yep.
And Nancy, if you could send me that
I will.
particular statement,
Yep, I will.
so I can get it
Sure.
correctly, I would appreciate that.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
Okay, on 3.2, talking about the chairperson's duties, the chairperson, it says, it said chairperson shall establish the MOU, and I just added the word the chairperson. And then further down, the last section added was, the chair shall approve subcommittees to address budget preparation and review, bylaws, personnel policies, and other library policies and procedures. And that was actually taken out from another section and moved under that. So we're on 3.2, the last sentence,
That's fine.
okay? All right, good. Okay, we're on 3. Yep, go ahead. Oh, Laura, thank you.
I just think this should say the chairperson shall establish memorandum of understandings with groups, et cetera, subject to board approval or with board approval or something of that nature.
Okay, we can do that. We can add that.
Subject to board approval?
Subject to board approval. Yeah, because tonight we're gonna be voting on the town MOA, okay?
Subject to board approval.
Okay, good.
Okay.
We are now on 3.3, okay? And basically it talks about the vice chairperson in the absence of in the absence or disability of the chairperson or of a vacancy in that office, she will assume and perform the duties and functions of the chairperson. But what I added is the vice chair shall work in concert with the chair to ensure that all the work of the board is properly scheduled and attended to. So it's actually giving more power to the vice chair. You know, that you don't have to wait for me to die or something.
See things like that.
So that's what I've
Got
added
it,
in, if
okay.
no one has any objection, okay?
Laura has a question.
Yes,
It's
Maura.
not a question, you just can't end a sentence with a preposition, so let's just strike that.
I'm sorry, what?
She doesn't like that you end the sentence with a preposition, so we need to take off the two.
Oh. Okay,
Authors
thank
do
you.
it all the time.
Yeah, Jen's got that change. Okay, great.
Thanks.
Okay, 3.4, okay? And we're talking about the secretary. And I'm saying the board may utilize a transcriber who will be paid for by it said trustee funds, but Sean, our town manager, has said it should say our budget, library budget. That's not, we've always in the past, but he said, he corrected us, he said it shouldn't come from the trustees' funds. Yes.
Madam Chair, what line item would that be coming out of for the budget? Because if we had, my understanding is that we would be paying that invoice.
We'll get
So we just need to know
clarification on
what
that.
line item.
Yeah.
And may I make a suggestion if possible? Would the board consider, I did speak to, the town manager regarding the challenge with our secretary here for the board. And he had suggested and gave me the permission to suggest a possibility of a chat GPT option. He said that they use something similar they did in the town where he came from. And it was new at the time, but there's a lady there who has really kind of worked with it. It might be an option for the board to save funds.
And I'm sorry, can you describe a little bit more what the
AI.
It's an AI service.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
we're already,
So-
to let you know, we're already pursuing the AI.
Okay.
And we're going to I'm probably gonna just pay for, it's under $100. And so I thought I would try it out first at home.
Okay.
And see if it
I just
works.
wanted to make that suggestion to help
thank
save,
you.
to be more
that's-
efficient.
thank
And
you.
I've got that in here.
Huh?
And I've got what Aaron had said about,
Yeah.
but I think that's a great idea.
Okay, good, but yeah, I was gonna try it at home and make sure it works before I recommend it to the board, okay? And so, we are now on
3.5.
3.5, the treasurer. Other trustees may be appointed by the board to assist the treasurer in these duties. Should the board deem it necessary, an assistant treasurer will be elected by the board, and she will back up the treasurer in her duties. So it's given the option of just during budget season and the busy periods, that the option of having another trustee step in and so it doesn't have to be formally elected a trustee, okay? But so that is up to the board totally. Do they want to just leave it open that, as the duties get heavy during budget season and stuff, the other trustees will step in, or should we have another trustee? That's it's just being thrown out there, okay? Yes.
Just for clarification, would you need the section 3.1 assistant treasurer in that section if you're going to be putting it in as something that you can do at will, rather than during the election, in the meeting following the election?
Well, actually, the important thing about this is the fact that the board should be assisting the treasurer. And so it's actually, I could actually take out the should the board, because we've already said that before, so it's a duplication, really.
Well, that's
what
what
she's
I was
saying.
just, that's what I was
we'll just
saying,
take
so-
that out, yes.
Maybe here's where it belongs, though, I think
Yeah.
is what she was saying
Yeah.
versus in the
Okay,
first
we'll
part.
put it in either or, we'll determine which one, and we'll leave it at that.
Right, it was more that this basically says you would elect it during the April meeting, where this is you can elect it when needed.
When needed. I think
So
that
I
makes
was-
I think that makes sense.
So like take it out of
Yep.
3.1 and put it in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great, thanks so
Megan.
much. Okay, now, there was no change to 3.6 at all. 3.7, where's the change? Okay, they're talking about, okay, here it is. They're talking about an officer, if an officer shows gross negligence or constitutes failure or refusal to perform his or his duty, or misses 3 consecutive meetings, a trustee may be released from the position of the office of the board upon a 2/3 vote of the board. The reason that I wanted to put that out is that if someone's out sick for 3 months, I don't think I as the chair wouldn't want them to be removed, because they have no control over, if they were in an accident or something. And so I'm thinking 3 consecutive, months, it's very easy for someone to get sick and miss that many times. And I wouldn't think that they should be penalized because they're ill. So that's why I was questioning that, to actually change
So-
that.
So your questioning would be the May? May is already here. It says May. May be released from the board, so that does give the option of doing it or not doing it.
Yeah. Laura?
What if you put in something like unexcused absences?
And actually, there was, yeah.
It was there before.
Yeah.
Like,
Huh?
it's in the, I feel like
I
that's on
think
the
they
RSA.
said something about that,
That's on the RSA.
excused.
Well, because if someone's sick,
Yeah,
feasibly they would contact you.
yes.
You could excuse them.
Yeah.
If they're just not showing up, that's a different
We
story.
can, why don't we say, put in unexcused absence? Because if someone's sick, I just don't think it's right for them, to be penalized. So we'll put it in as unexcused, and with an understanding in the board that, if you're sick, you're gonna be excused, okay? Yes, Jan?
I don't know if it belongs here or if it belongs at one of these other dots, but the idea of having people electronically participate if needed for whatever reason at the.
Like Christine. Christine, you still there? She's still there, she said.
Okay, so something like, that, with, it's just an idea
We
about the
can
electronic.
offer them the opportunity to do that, okay, but if someone is sick, I'm not gonna expect them to even call in if, depending on the urgency of their illness, you know what I mean? Okay?
I think we're good on that one.
Okay.
I think the way we change it is
Yeah.
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, good. All right.
3.8.
We're up to 3.8, and we're talking about training professional development will be provided for all new board members. And what I added is, the board shall vote to compensate the trustees who will present receipts for the expenses and request a check form. And if the board approves the reimbursement of the expenditures, the treasurer will write the check for the trustees. Actually, we need to change this. I had put out of the trustee account, and Mr. McMullen pointed out again that it should come out of the library account. So we need to change that to library account. And again, Erin, I'll get you, the line where we would be putting those expenses, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And I think there should be a time frame in here. I
Yeah,
thought we
me
talked
too.
about that. Either within 1 month or get pre-approval before attending, just so we know that the cost is going to happen. Something along those lines.
Madam Chair, may I speak? I would appreciate that because it allows me to budget appropriately. If I don't know when people are going to conferences or trainings, and if we don't have the budget for that, there's a possibility we could go over that line item. I know we're about our budget, but we could go over that line item, and I want to make sure that I'm not being blamed for that.
Okay.
That's all.
I think it's an easy thing. I don't know
Yeah.
what if people have a preference.
I think
like
a month,
pre-approval.
pre-approval would be best for
I
my.
think pre-approved.
set.
Yeah,
And
they should
I would
check
say that
it.
they would
Yeah.
have to submit the form for reimbursement
Yeah.
within a month, if that would be helpful,
Okay.
especially
Well,
as we
we'll-
get closer to the end of the year.
Good. What we'll add is that pre-approval of the chair
Okay. Yeah.
should, before
Yeah.
someone goes to, and all the invoices be submitted within 30 days of the event.
I think that's
I think that's great.
Okay?
Thank you.
Good. Yes, Jen?
The only problem is the very first training that usually happens very close to when somebody has just been put into a position or just gotten elected, because it usually happens like the first
Yeah,
or
within
second
weeks
week of
of-
May.
yeah.
So sometimes there may need to be a little bit of flexibility here, but
We could
just,
earmark that as a
Yeah.
possibility.
I think maybe at the first April meeting, we just need to be clear about presenting. This is an option
Yes.
for you.
and who's gonna
If
do
you
it?
And
want
who
to go,
would
please
like to
let
sign
me know.
up.
Uh-huh.
If
Yeah.
this, jump in,
Yeah.
but we kind of need to make a decision quickly so
Great.
we can plan for it.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay?
And
All
that's
right.
Article 2.
Maybe we could even ballpark that new people would go, and then if they don't go, we have the money there anyway. I don't know, just thinking.
Yeah. Duties and obligations, no changes in 1.1 or 1.2. 1.3 says, it was only an additional, addition, not a change. The trustees approve and submit the proposed and final library budget. The trustees make decisions regarding salaries and benefits, technology, and collection development. Only trustees make the decision of a line allocation in the budget, and only trustees can move the changes from one line number to another. And that comes right in New Hampshire Library Association, the New Hampshire Library Trust Association. Okay, so that was brought in from there, yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I just have a quick question. Is it true, it's my understanding that for the town budget, you cannot move money from one line item to another? Is that my understanding? So if you had money, let's say, for example, in the book line, and you wanted to move $100 into heat, for example.
The town usually treats it that way, okay? That
So you
it's,
can move money from.
No, they treat it that you shouldn't.
Right.
I'm just repeating here what the RSA is giving you the option to do. Now, again, the town can't override the state RSA.
Okay.
So I had to put the state RSA
Okay.
in here so that we knew that was the process, okay?
Okay.
Because, again, because the town, the way they do business cannot say opposite to the RSA.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you for
You're
clarification.
welcome. Okay, 1.4, yes,
Hold on.
Maura.
Under this one, I think we should change it to align with the law where it says the board does the budget.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sorry. I think we should align it with the law that says the board does the budget.
Okay, and where's that number? That's number 2.
I believe there might be one further down, but we could do that. Let's hold that thought, because I think I have one further down.
It's
okay?
202-A:11, number 2, or II. It says prepare an annual budget indicating what support and maintenance of the Free Public Library will be required out of the public funds for submission to the appropriate agency of the municipality. A separate budget request shall be submitted for new construction capital improvement. Is that the one you were referencing?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the one that just says the board prepares the annual budget and,
But that,
Yeah,
it does
and
say
you know,
prepare an
It
annual
goes
budget.
with.
I think didn't that come out of New Hampshire Library Trust Association, that line?
well, I'm talking about the part above, which is not what you put in as a change.
But,
Okay.
Oh,
I think
Nancy,
the one
Nancy
Erin
has a
was
question.
saying was 202-A:11, Roman numeral 2, prepare the annual budget indicating the support, maintenance, blah, blah, blah. So that's where,
So it does say the board prepares the annual
So it
maintenance. I mean, the
says-
trustees, no? It
yeah,
says- Yeah.
annual budget indicating support, maintenance, free public library, blah, 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 blah. Public funds,
Okay, let me get Beth.
Yeah.
And, yes.
This again is one of those things where you have to really think about where micromanaging comes into hurt us. And I do not know how to run a library. I don't want to be responsible for knowing what funds need to go where, here and there. She's a professional. This is her home. She spends more time here than in her home. These people are her family. This community is an extension of Erin, or any director. And I certainly don't have the wherewithal to create a budget, and neither does anybody in this position. We approve the budget that Erin comes up with. We can talk about, why did you budget for this amount versus this amount? You know, can we look into dropping something 10% and adding it here instead? We can advise, we can talk about, we take that prepared budget and we present it to town council, and that is our responsibility. But as far as drafting, like, where do all the numbers come from? We can't even get through, like, we can't even get our minutes approved. We have no right to upheave the library by saying we're gonna just draft all the numbers. Like, that's insane to me.
Jen?
this is just taken directly from the powers of the library. 202-A:11. It says prepare an annual budget indicating what support and maintenance of the Free Public Library will be required out of the public funds for submission to the appropriate agency of the municipality. A separate budget request shall be submitted for new construction, capital improvement, or existing library property. So that's where the
Yeah.
RSA says. It doesn't mean that we can't
We're
come
not-
up with a common a process, but that's where
But that just
We're-
means
well-
we take the budget that we've all created and bring it to town council, like, I think more is
No,
suggesting.
it
the
says
word
prepare
prepare.
the budget. So what the thing is, we're trying to work with the law, okay, and follow the law. By the same token, your question is, where's that information gonna come? It's a collaboration between the
That's what we do.
library and the trustees.
Right, that's
Of
what
course
we
they're
do.
gonna be involved, of course they have the information. But we have a legal responsibility through the RSA to prepare, okay, to work on the budget and prepare it. So that's, we're just following the law.
I
Yes,
have some
go ahead.
wordsmithing,
Oh,
but I
I'm
want
sorry,
Nancy
yeah.
to go first.
So I
Yes, I
think
want
that-
you to go first, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the operative word is shall. It doesn't say required. And again, just look at the discussion that we're having about this. This is why I think before we even vote on them, they should go to the attorney. And we should get guidance on this to determine, if indeed we are required by law to prepare a budget, or we shall prepare a budget, because I think the two are completely different.
Shall means you will do. May means you could do.
According
Okay.
to definition, is expressing future tense, so it's maybe we could. It doesn't say required.
But as far as the New Hampshire RSA's are concerned, when it says shall, it means you will.
Yeah, it's not, yeah, and
I
it's
think
not a
that was up
negotiable
for
term.
discussion, because that's not the way it's been explained to me.
Okay.
So that's why I'm
Okay.
saying I think that we need a legal opinion.
Okay, this is my wordsmithing
Go ahead.
suggestion. So in 1.3, the library director shall prepare the annual budget, comma, and it says under the direction of the board, could we say in collaboration with the board? And would that satisfy, not Richard, but would it satisfy to show that we are working together with person and that then those other things could say?
I wouldn't phrase it that way, I would
Library
say
director shall.
that the board, with the collaboration of the director, shall prepare the budget.
Say that again?
The board, with the collaboration of the director, shall prepare the budget.
Or could we keep where it says under the direction of and just add and with collaboration with?
So my question is, seriously, who's gonna bring forward the first set of numbers? Jan, are you gonna prepare the budget, and then bring it forward to Erin, and then she's gonna look at it and go, yeah, man, no, you're way off base on this line item, and we need to, this is foolishness. I think that we, in collaboration with the director, work on the budget. She brings
Okay.
the budget.
I just wanted to offer it in
minute.
good faith because I wanted to try
Yes.
to move us forward.
Yes.
And
I
try
think
to have
at
us.
this point, if there's a disagreement,
Mhm.
I think we're gonna have to take on a vote of how we wanna,
No,
how,
I think
You
people
vote shall
have
review,
asked
modify,
for you to
approve the annual
consult our
budget.
lawyer.
Yeah, let's
And
just
we've,
bring it to
board
we've
and shall
asked
review,
several
modify.
times.
we do, I don't think you understand. Policies are written not by the lawyer. You don't pay thousands of dollars to have a policy written, okay? That's the responsibility of the board to do that. I've written policies all my life in my jobs, okay?
But there are
So-
well-written policies and there are poorly written policies. And Nancy and I have suggested many times that we don't find, that we see some areas where we could be sued. And it doesn't make sense to have a lawyer on retainer and then only use it when it suits you. You requested that we have a lawyer, right? That was driven by your actions. Now we have one.
No, I
And-
didn't request that we have a lawyer. No.
Town
Actually,
one.
Sean McMullen came to me and said, library, you guys need a lawyer, we're going to supply one for you. So I absolutely did not request a lawyer.
Well, you did after you said that. 'Cause you had
Well,
to.
yeah, I said, go ahead, let's do
So
it.
either way, we have a lawyer on retainer. We have questions of legality, and we're asking you to bring those. And you are in that position of chair, and your job is to then take a request from the board to that lawyer, not to say, I won't let that happen.
Okay, you know what, absolutely right. We should vote on that right now. we need to,
There's nothing in it that says we have to vote on it, Liz.
I'm not going to, because we all are not in agreement. Some would like to spend the money, others would like to save the town the money. So we
Liz,
can't let the will of two
Liz,
people or
we
three
have-
people or four even, we have to vote on it.
We have a set of expectations by Sean on what the procedures are, and they are part of today's bylaws that we're gonna review. And it's right here, I can read it to you. I emailed it to you. It was the first one, in the one about legal representation. So it doesn't make sense that we're gonna literally go to this in a few minutes, and we're just gonna disregard it until we get to that part. All inquiries to legal counsel from the BOT shall be directed to the chairperson, who will then take those requests from the other members of the BOT and send them to Hannah DeVoe for a response. I sent that direct quote to you today, saying this is what we're voting on tonight, and you said, yeah, but it's not in our bylaws. Not yet, but it's in our packet for tonight's meeting. So there's nothing, and that all that verbiage came from Sean. I don't want to be difficult, but I am concerned that we are overstepping, in some of our.
Laura? So just to clarify, are you talking about voting on the clause, or are you talking about something else? Because if you want to say the library.
No, I'm talking about, we should vote if we are gonna spend the money to pay for our lawyer to go through this whole document.
Okay.
That's what I'm suggesting, okay? Because some trustees do wanna do that, others I believe do not wanna, spend the money that we've already had one instance where we were asked to have a lawyer, access to the lawyer, and it had already been turned down by a previous lawyer. So it wouldn't have made a difference. One lawyer is not going to overthrow another lawyer's, word. So that's what I'm saying. I think we need to carefully use the lawyer when we need the lawyer. But if we don't need the lawyer, we shouldn't be using it. There's a big expense for the town, and we've already been warned to be very cautious in the way we do it, to go through the free sources of the New Hampshire Municipal Association and stuff like that before we do any contact with Hannah, okay? Yes?
Can I put down that there's been a request to run this the particular item about the budget to the lawyer, and we move on because I'm concerned about us getting hung up on this, and then we can find out from the town, what the parameters would be for that, if that would work for folks.
My only problem is that when we say there's been a request, I think we need to take a vote to see how many people feel that we should spend the money, okay? That's all I'm saying.
It's not even.
I don't think that would be timely because we don't have enough meetings for that to happen. So I appreciate your position that you don't want to make the decision, but I think it was put in place to help us.
I'm making the decision.
I know, no,
I'm saying no.
Just a contact, okay.
Okay, I made the decision.
No, I don't
What
think
I
that's
wanna
why
do-
Sean put it in place for us, though.
Well,
I really think
and-
Sean put it in place because he was concerned about decisions being made and wanted to make sure that we were not gonna get ourselves in more trouble.
And again, one or two people asking is not the will of the board. I'm just saying, if we're going to do that, it needs to be a majority of the board asking to have it done. That's all I'm saying. Yes, Maura?
Well, for this particular clause, I think if we put the board in collaboration with the library director shall prepare the budget and just change that top one, I think that would be appropriate. I think that would be fine.
Does that work for everyone?
I don't really, I'm sure, but I wanna know what that means specifically. So are we bringing forward the first draft of the budget?
This is gonna be the final draft of the budget that we're working on tonight.
Right, so, but that's what I'm saying. So are we preparing the budget?
Normally it's done by subcommittee and I see no reason to change that.
Well, it's not prepared by a subcommittee. the subcommittee goes over it.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes.
Traditionally, in my time here, I've prepared the budget, I'm just explaining the
Yes.
process previously.
No, I understand that. Yeah.
Traditionally, my time here, I've prepared the budget with my assistant director and other staff members' input. We would bring that draft to the board, and the board would review it and take a look at it, add, delete, whatever it is they want to make recommendations. We would do some more, go back, make those changes, those voted changes, and then present eventually a final draft to the board at which it would be voted on. So the board does have final say in the budget that I would eventually present to the town. I understand that the presentation and quite a bit of the budget process is going to be changed. I would appreciate that if there are changes, to speaking to Nancy, so that I please be informed of what my role is on the budget process, because it does feel that I do not have, according to what I reviewed here in the bylaws, I don't have a lot of participation, and I just want to understand if that is the case, so please let me know. That's all.
Can I, let me clarify.
Sure.
Okay? You are the expert on the expenses of the library. There's no way in the world we're going to throw out figures and not listen to you first. All we're trying to do is follow the law. It says we will, so we're putting that there. And again, we're gonna say the board, in collaboration with the chair, director,
With the library director.
will prepare the budget. That's all we wanna do.
Okay.
That's all we want. We're not trying to take your power away. We're not trying to force you into what your expenses and where you're gonna put them and stuff. All we're saying, we need to now say, because the RSA says, we will prepare the budget. We're saying we will prepare the budget in collaboration with the library director.
Thank you.
That's all we're saying.
Thank
And you're the expert. You're gonna we're gonna sit with you. You're gonna tell us what you need for each line number.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna look at it, and then we're gonna approve of it, and we're gonna put it together.
Yep.
It's a collaboration,
I understand that.
okay?
Thank you.
And is that something that you can live with?
I believe that's how we've done it in the past.
Okay, great.
So it's similar, yes.
Okay,
Thank
is
you.
everyone satisfied with that? Okay, good.
Question?
I think it was just a matter of not expressing exactly what we meant.
Okay.
Because obviously, we're not gonna, the director is gonna tell us what's
Correct.
important.
Correct.
No, we're not gonna tell them what's
I
important.
mean, we don't see the books every day, she does.
No, again, so we're not micromanaging, we're just saying we have to look at the law and say, oh yeah, we're gonna prepare it, but now we're gonna work together to do it. That's all
Okay.
we're saying.
So
Jan.
are we going to cross out the red on this? I'm fine with either way. So I assume this came from
Let me see.
prepare an annual budget indicating what support.
I mean, the red isn't
The
necessary.
trustees, okay, this whole trustees approve and submit, that's not where it comes, that's not, we're looking at the library shall, no, hang on, where are we at?
1.3.
Yeah,
I
On
think-
okay,
page 3. I'm
okay.
just asking, are we talking now to
I don't think
cross
we did.
it?
I think we're talking about adding the word
Collaboration.
Yeah.
Laura had a
The
good.
board in collaboration
We're
with
saying,
the
yes,
library
to
director.
change the library director
Yeah, like
to the board of trustees in collaboration with the library
Director shall.
prepare.
Okay.
Okay, does that make sense to everyone? That's all we're changing.
Can I?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
No.
Just for clarify, in the red area where it says the trustees approve and submit the proposed and final budget, is my understanding of reading that, is that going to be submitted to finance, or does that be submitted, what is the word submit and to whom would that be going to?
That goes directly, doesn't it, we have to submit it to the budget committee, to the budget, yeah.
Yeah, so you
Yeah,
have to.
that's all we're saying, we're bringing
The
it forward.
process stays the same?
Yeah, the same
Okay.
process, we're
Just to be-
bringing
just
it
to be-
to the
I know.
budget committee.
Okay,
Yep,
thank you.
Okay, yeah, it's really not gonna change.
Okay.
We're just, like I said, we're just clarifying it,
Yep,
okay?
thank you.
Okay, all right. So, do we need to read any more of what is in red here?
number 1-10.
I just lost it.
Right there. So this is the only
Yeah.
other one in this section.
The trustees shall appoint subcommittees to address budget review, bylaws, personnel policy, and other library services, but it says remove on that.
Yeah, I was just gonna remove that whole term because we've already addressed it up above.
Okay.
Okay, it's a repeat.
Repetitive, okay.
So I'm just removing that,
Okay.
okay?
Yep.
All right, section 2, library director. And look at that. I don't see any red at all.
Just the very bottom, 2.5, or there was on this paper.
Yeah,
Oh,
2.5.
mine didn't have one.
Okay.
What do you
This-
have?
this
Oh,
has
okay,
Program.
okay, yes, okay. What it says is program costs such as materials and refreshments are not considered discretionary items. No program, material, refreshments, etc. shall be purchased under the auspices of this section. All program costs must be charged to management services, which you probably do now.
We already do that,
Yeah,
yes.
I felt you did, but what I just wanted to identify that, you know, we want the $500 a month, okay, is for things that are, you know, emergency necessary things, or things you need right on, you know, immediate, not something would be part of a planned program that we just, you know, that you were just using that $500 for that, okay? Okay,
So-
good, yes.
Excellent clarification. So 2.5 deals with the extra money, the discretionary money that Erin can spend
Yes.
outside the budget.
Yes,
Versus the bottom thing was just clarifying, so it's not, we're not talking about cookies and juice, because that should be already part of the program budget. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, yep. Okay, we're up to section 3 meetings, and, okay, on 1.2,
Liz, if I can just.
yeah.
There is a small typo on 1.1. It's day and hour.
Day and hour. Okay.
Yeah, she's got it. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Just in-
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
The
you.
order of business for regular meetings may include, but not limited to, the following items, which shall be covered in a sequence shown so far as circumstances will permit. We're taking that out, okay, I guess?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
just to clarify, the 1.2 does go on to the next page, so is also meetings may include being removed, or, because I believe that's related, so it wasn't in red, so I just wanted to clarify.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like, I think
Just
they
that-
go
I think
together.
it's just that sentence.
It would include all those items, yeah, basically. But what we're doing is we're just saying that the sequence can be different depending on the need of the meeting at the time.
So
Okay.
removing that same statement and then the list of bullets on the next page, is that?
No,
was staying.
no, we're
Oh,
only
just the
removing
statement,
that.
okay.
Just the red part.
1.2
Yeah.
is rewritten.
Okay.
You see, it says now 1.2, it's rewritten, it says, meetings may include, and it lists all the bullets.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay?
My
So
apologies.
it's a replacement of what 1.2 said.
So the bullets stay.
Yeah, okay?
I think it's because it was on 2 different pages and confusing.
Yes, it was
Yeah.
confusing, yeah.
My apologies.
Okay.
problem.
1.3 has no change,
Wait, wait, wait,
1.4.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Questions, there's
Yes,
questions here and there.
hang on, Maura.
So under 1.3, there's a word missing somewhere in here because it doesn't make sense.
Okay, let me go, what was the
So
question?
that was mine too. It says the library director may attend except during non-public sessions, which kind of led me to believe that the director of the library wouldn't be coming to non-public sessions.
And again, okay, that actually was out of the documents, okay? It wasn't something I wrote, okay? Which I thought was kind of odd too, but normally, if you go into non-public, in most cases, it would be to talk about an employee or an opening or something. Obviously, the director would always be involved in that, okay? But again, you know, I'm just saying, I just pulled that out, what was already there type of thing.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
It does seem confusing to me, because it says, it does sound like that I would not be attending non-public. Is there a way to reword that so it's more clear? And I'm not,
No, you know what?
clear for other
I
trustees
think
that are
we would-
coming in
No, I
as
think
well.
I probably would be more comfortable doing that because I thought it was kind of odd.
Yeah.
When I took it out of the law,
Yeah.
I said, Jesus, that sounds weird.
I
you
mean, we
know?
could say something at the discretion of the board, the
Yeah.
library check,
Yeah.
director
We'll do that,
would be,
Zach. We'll
okay.
do that.
would be
Yeah.
invited to attend the non-public?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
okay.
At
Jane,
the
you got
discretion of the board.
Of the board, the director will be invited to participate in non-public, right?
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, that was a weird one. Okay, I don't see anything in 1.5 or 1.6 that was changed.
1.4, it's just the addition of an abridged version of Robert's Rules.
Oh, we didn't get that far, yeah. Yeah. The reason I put in an abridged version is that anytime you make a bylaw, okay, then, and it might be in conflict, that's why you have to say abridged. Because your bylaw needs to take precedent type of thing, okay? Okay, so actually,
Special meetings,
Nancy has a
Yeah.
question.
yes,
Under
Nancy.
special meetings, I would like to add, moving forward, that if all members of the Board of Trustees must be called, if the board is going to be polled for any presence of a meeting, I just think that that's good boardsmanship. Because there have been some instances where meetings have been either scheduled or canceled, and I haven't been informed of that. So I just think, I'm sure it's just an
No,
oversight
okay,
on your part.
yeah,
But
okay.
I just think that moving forward, that should be very clear.
You're saying that
That if,
everyone should,
yes, ma'am, receive
that the
some kind of
chair
call.
will attempt to contact everyone by phone and by email,
Right.
okay?
Let everybody knows.
Yes,
There's
okay,
a
good.
special
I
meeting
think
or
that's a
there's
good,
not.
yeah,
Okay.
that's a great thing.
And Jan, if you want, I can get you the language on that.
That'd be great.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I agree with you. Everyone should,
Great, thank you, Nancy.
And
Yep.
so we'll, obviously, I would make, if I couldn't
And
reach
you'd be
you
on the
in
phone all
person, yeah, I just would shoot you an email.
Right.
So my first choice of contact would be phone, and my second one will be email.
Correct.
Does that sound good?
Perfect.
Okay. Okay, I'm actually not seeing anything in section 3 and 4 that was added or changed.
3.1,
3.1.
during this meeting, the trustees shall designate which trustees
see, I'm
will,
just looking at
will be
different thing.
signatures of the bank
Yeah.
account.
Doesn't it mean signatories?
Oh, yeah, okay,
Signatories of
yes, that,
If we have to switch who they are.
yeah, when
we
you
would
elect a
switch
new
them.
board, when a new board has been elected in March, in the first meeting in April, you establish who you elect your officers of the board, and at that time, I feel that you should at that time designate who's going to be the signees for the checks. And so we want to get that right up front, so that we, that everything is, done, does that make sense to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So we're talking about the annual meeting, we're talking
The
about
annual
that first meeting.
yes, the annual meeting,
Okay.
okay?
Okay.
And, anything, does anyone have anything in 3.2?
No.
No? Okay, how about section 4.1? I think that's there's no debate on that one, Okay, we're going down to general, okay? And on 1.1, I have no changes.
No.
There's change.
Oh, you know what? I've got a totally different
Do
version than
you have the, you're not,
1.1.
It's just not red,
yes.
it's just, yeah, that's.
Okay. An abstain will be treated as a no vote. A tied vote means no, the motion did not pass.
Right.
And I just got that out of Robert's rules, okay? Because people actually asked me, a board member asked me, how it's treated, okay? Okay, good. We're all set. We're up to dues and resources, and
Nope.
oh, nope.
Just the
I
word
see
right
that,
here.
2.1, thank you. The bylaws may be amended by a majority vote of all members of the board present and voting. Whenever possible, written notice will be proposed for the proposed amendment should have been mailed, presented to all the members at least 10 days prior to the meeting at which such action is proposed to be taken.
I think that makes it,
Okay? And there's,
kind of gray, doesn't it? Whenever possible.
You think it's too fuzzy?
Yeah.
I'm just looking for the.
I just feel like having a set 10 days to review something like these bylaws.
The thing, I understand what you're saying. When I say whenever possible, I mean they should be, unless something comes up, you know, in like, you know, you're told you're doing it wrong, it needs to be done that way type of thing, okay? So that's basically, you know, it's basically whenever possible, you know. It should be, it's considered to be the standard. When you say whenever possible, you're just saying that, you know,
But
if
with-
something happens that you can't.
But with that clause, people would be voting tonight on a document that didn't get released to the public until 24 hours ago, or less than that.
48. It's Monday.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I say something? I did talk to Sean, the town manager has been sending out quite a few new policies and procedures and updates.
Yes, yeah, that's where I'm getting this
And,
stuff from.
his recommendation is that, you know, he shared with me, was that he gives a 30-day question and answer period, for any updates to policies. He also shared with me that, and I believe, Ms. Perez, if you wanna correct me, is that also how it's done at the state and federal level? Okay, cause that was his understanding as well, he had said that. But
I'm sorry.
that might be incorrect.
I don't know, a 30-day.
30-day question and answer period for any.
We have hearings and people come at hearings and speak, there's not a 30-day question.
Okay, minor.
Yeah, it's not done
But
at the
he
same
does,
time.
for him, he does a 30-day question and answer period. So he just wanted me to share that with the board, that's how he's proceeding, his new policies and procedures. So.
Right, but that's individual policies, right, versus a whole bylaws.
Well,
Treated the same way.
I believe, I'm under the understanding this is treated similar to that, because it's something that you're following, just as you would follow a policy. But I'm just sharing that information.
Yes, thank you.
The board can
No,
do what
yeah.
they will.
No, I'm intrigued with that, you know, I am intrigued with that. And, you know, I really think, I know we can do what we want, but by the same token, I think I'd like to see consistency in how we do, you know, when we do business as opposed to, you know, to confusing the rest of this town because we do it differently than someone else does it type of thing, you know? So, you know, I don't think that's a bad thing to, you know, actually what you might want is to change that and then take out the 10-day prior notice and then just say the policy won't go into effect till 30 days type of thing.
I think the 10-day public notice is actually was required by law. I'm just trying to find that.
Yeah, find that out, yeah.
Is that a minimum of 10 days or?
Because now you're up to like 40 days. I mean, when you have a policy that
Well,
you see immediately needs to be done, and now you're locked into like everyone has to know 10 days before a meeting, which might not be for 3 weeks because you've already missed that month. And now you add another, 30 days to that. It could be 2 months before. You could change something that needs to be changed right away. That's my only issue.
It's Snoopy.
Sorry about that.
It's Snoopy.
I have the same right.
Excuse me,
I will look this one up and see if I can find it.
excuse me, I have a point of order.
So, are we gonna leave it like that for now? Because we're gonna be voting on this at the next meeting.
Gentleman in the back, the point of order.
Point of
Yes.
order.
I just have a point of order. As far as Robert's rules is concerned, a no vote, an abstention is not a no vote. It's a neutral vote. It doesn't count as a yes or no. It does reduce the number of votes that you have total in the, so you could go below a quorum, but it does not count as a no. So that could very much change how people vote. An abstention is when people either don't have enough information and choose not to vote, or just don't have an opinion. But it's not to be construed as a no. I think if you check Robert's rules, you'll find that that's correct. But your previous section might be written differently. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. And again, we did say an abridged version of Robert's rules, so.
So are we talking about removing
Hang on. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, my screen just went blank and I lost
I
everything.
think we're on the 10-day.
I'm back in, where are we at?
Are we still in the 10 days?
10 days, yes. 2.1, under the bylaws.
I know, yeah, my
10
screen went
days
way up to
possible to the meeting at which such action will be
Sure.
taken. And the proposal was to remove the whenever possible, or
Oh, yeah,
it should just say written notice of the amendment shall be, I would recommend we have it as emailed. Okay, thank you. It's RSA 356-B, colon, 37C. It's, requires that meetings of the Board of Directors and committees of the association be held at least 10 days before the meeting. Notice for changes to the bylaws. Okay, I'm sorry. They have to be,
We don't have to follow this process.
we're back here. Go back. Okay, this notice is given to each board member and to the unit owners. Oh, this is condos. Yep. Okay, never mind. Sorry, that was the condominium one.
again, remember that we've been talking about changes to the bylaw, so it's not like, we've been working on it all along. So it's like, this was an ongoing issue, changes to the bylaws. So it's not like it was a first time introduction.
RSA for bylaws. I'm just writing down, just
Yep,
making a
okay.
note that we need to find them. Okay, I'll contact the municipal association if we can't find it. Okay,
Okay?
just so I have the reference to.
Okay, yeah. Dues and resources, and I don't think there's any change in that at all.
Before we move forward on that, can
Oh.
I just revisit the gentleman's comment about the bylaws? And
I'm sorry, say
Okay.
that one more time.
Could I just refer back to the abstention vote?
Mm-hmm.
Just because
Yes,
it was just
yeah.
brought up. So I'm looking at Robert's rules, and it says the phrase abstention vote is an oxymoron, an abstention being a refusal to vote. To abstain means to refrain from voting, and as a consequence, there can be no such thing as an abstention vote. In the usual situation where either a majority vote or 2/3 vote is required, abstentions have absolutely no effect on the outcome of the vote, since what is required is either a majority or 2/3 of the votes cast. On the other hand, if the vote required is a majority or 2/3 of the members present, or a majority of 2/3 of the entire membership, an abstention will have the same effect as a no vote. But that's only in the case where, so it's a little bit like one of those things.
It's
you're gonna have
vague.
to tease out.
Yeah, it's very vague, because
yeah.
it says that won't, and then it says it does,
Mm-hmm.
But that's if the vote required a 2/3, and we don't require 2/3. We require 4 people.
It said majority or 2/3.
But then in that next sentence that I said, it said if the vote required, now I'm losing my train of thought. And whatever, it says in such a case, however, an abstention is not a vote. So we do need to come back to that. And again, that might be another thing that
Okay, and so
lawyer.
that was on which page of the questions you've got here?
It's number 6 of the Q&A. There's a lot of pages about Robert's rules.
Robert's rules?
Yeah, so it's the question 6. But again, that would be something that we would want an attorney to tell us, because the abstention question has come up before, and it's created a lot of challenges for the board. And it's one of those things that we kind of need a legal definition on what to do.
Well, we also can vote. The board has an option to vote how they want to treat an objection, the abstention, because we're using an abridged version of, Robert's rules. Because we have some things here that disagree with Robert's rules. That's why we have to use the word abridged, okay? Now, the board can vote if they want to now say an abstention will be a no vote. As opposed, I mean, no, it will be discounted. The vote will become discounted if you abstain, as opposed to making it negative.
So, I think, abstentions here happen all the time. So for, one of the best examples is there are people that will abstain from voting on minutes because they haven't been to that meeting.
Yeah.
Which I think is completely appropriate. But that doesn't equal that by Helen abstaining, that she's voting no. She's not voting because she wasn't there. So that doesn't mean by her abstaining, that equals that she's voting no.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We can clarify that as saying that an abstain is a no vote. There's not a no, not an
A no vote.
a
Abstaining
negative.
is not a no vote. I know it's a double negative.
Yeah, it is.
I get it.
It's like you didn't vote. That's what I mean. Okay. So we can change that to say if the person abstains, it does not become part of the numbers.
I would agree.
Okay. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yes.
So that we
But
all,
our
it's
draft
like,
doesn't
we
say
all
that.
need to understand, and do it right. And I appreciate your.
Yeah.
If
So
the
we'll
person
have to go back.
abstains,
Yeah.
if the person abstains,
So
it does not figure in the vote, does not contribute to the vote.
the only time it's going to hurt us, and it will, but it's okay. If you only have 4, you only have a quorum, and you go to vote and someone abstains, then, basically.
Well, but hopefully
Well,
you'll have.
because 2 to 1, you don't have a quorum.
Right, but we'll have alternates.
If someone
alternates.
abstains.
That's why you have alternates.
Yeah, but exactly, but that's what I want to point out. But I think everyone is comfortable with going that from now on, the abstain is not considered a vote. That's been a way to refer to it. Yeah, yes.
Madam Chair, just out of curiosity, would the board be interested in listing, and certainly this is the board's decision, of why you should be abstaining? My understanding, it's because if you were not there as minutes speak
Yes.
of, or if you are financially involved or something like that.
Yes.
Conflict
Conflict of
Would the
interest.
board want to include those in the bylaws, just for clarity? I'm just suggesting that. Certainly the board can do what they'd like.
Maybe in the future.
Yeah, but
Okay.
Like you think
I'm comfortable that I wouldn't question anyone if they're going to abstain.
Okay,
You
that's
know.
perfectly fine.
They're voting their conscience. If they feel that, I might, be, involved with this type of thing, and I don't think it's proper that I vote for it because it's something that would help me, that type of thing. That's all, that's what we do as a board. We determine, can we take that vote or not? Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay,
Tools and resources, so Article 5.
yep.
Madam Chair, did we decide on the 2.1, the 10-day? I thought that was our other discussion.
I think that we're gonna leave it in and take out whenever possible. Is that what you would like to see? I know you did, I know you did. That's why I'm asking everyone else.
My question is can written notice be emailed instead of mailed? Because I think.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
a written notice
Okay,
is.
so we're talking about written notice.
Yeah.
It could be emailed, so, and posted or something like that. Members, posted to the website. So I think both those things are emailed.
Okay.
Okay.
So, it's limited, because, if you have an issue, a pressing issue, now you're looking at it could be 60 days before you could get it resolved.
But this
That's
is
my
just
limit.
revising the bylaws.
Right.
Okay, all right. Dues and resources.
Nothing in there.
Nothing, and I don't, in
The
legal.
only thing in legal services that.
That's all,
list-
that's that whole new set,
Right.
that whole new thing was written up by Sean and it was approved by the board already. So I don't think we need to, there's nothing that's changed. We've voted and approved it.
One tiny thing, it just says
Well, go
Hannah,
ahead.
it
Oh,
just
what
says
did you
Hannah,
see?
my first
Yeah.
name, maybe we should write legal counsel,
Yeah,
that's
legal
all.
counsel.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Oh,
thinking
I'm
too.
sorry. What's it?
Like it says Hannah by name,
On
maybe
number
we
two.
Oh,
should-
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let's call her legal
Yeah.
counsel.
When counsel,
It
yeah,
may not be her.
yeah.
Right.
When
I
legal
know. She does
counsel
have a degree in law, maybe we can just not call her
provides
first name.
his or her emailed response. When legal counsel
Yeah,
provides
that's all.
his or her response.
That's all.
Okay. Well, I feel friendly with her, you
Yeah,
know?
oh, I know.
Okay, so that's the only thing on legal, right? Because it's a brand new
Yep.
thing and we voted on it. And cooperation of other libraries, nothing has changed on that, so that's, oh, do you have
Yeah,
something?
there is something. At
Oh.
the will of the majority of the voting populace. of
Oh,
West
yes,
Virginia.
I added that, go ahead. There's a reason I added that, yeah. Because it says it may participate in the interlibrary band loan program in our consortiums, and we're talking about Gmails. The reason I said at the will, we're saying if the population now votes against, continuing working with Gmails, then we would not be able to work with them.
May I speak, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
That is challenging, only because it's in our budget already. So we would have the board, in my understanding, the board would have to remove that membership from the budget. It wouldn't, and then that would be voted on by the population. Is that my understanding?
The only time this is gonna happen is during a warrant article.
Okay.
Okay, so when.
I did have that question down as
No,
well.
it's during a warrant article, they may say, we don't want to participate with Gmails. And we know that it's very expensive to get out of Gmail, so, it's not gonna be the big savings they think it is, okay? Go ahead.
I just had a question for clarification. When it says voting populace, do you mean the people who actually show up to vote during that election, or the registered voters, because that's a different number? So I just didn't know if there was a way to be clear.
It's the majority of vote during that, on that issue, during that warrant, if it's on a warrant.
Right, it was
Yeah.
just the voting populace, it seemed like it was.
You have to have the whole world vote, yeah, I know, yeah.
Seemed a little,
And I would
large
change
scale.
that. I think we
Who-
should
who
say
vote?
the voters,
Voters.
the voters, period. And it's understood that it's people who voted during that election.
That
Okay, thank you.
makes sense, thank you.
Yes, yeah.
I don't love that clause. It almost seems like an invitation to the voters to create a warrant article at deliberations to remove something that's pretty vital to the library. And I don't know that we as advocates and allies of the library would want to suggest that, hey, this is a way to trim our budget by voting out a critical part of it.
Okay, it was never my intent, seriously. What I'm looking at is that we can't say that we're gonna participate in consortiums whenever. If the voters came to us and said we're not paying for it, then we have no choice.
But they would vote for the budget or not vote for the budget. This is asking them to tease things out of the budget. We present to the voters every deliberative session. Do you vote for the library budget? And people do or they don't. But this is inviting us to create warrant articles that will strip things from the library.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yeah.
So the library budget is actually tied into the
town budget.
town budget.
Yeah.
So usually the
Sure.
first item
Yeah.
on the vote is the town budget or town annual
Yeah,
budget.
and
I don't know
if it
exactly
goes
the
to
language, but-
default,
Right.
it goes to the previous years.
So I would agree with Beth. I am a little concerned that this would invite it, because I think to be clear, if a citizen wanted to create a warrant article to remove Gmails from the library budget, that cost would be astronomical, and then the library would have to pay for that. So, and we are not prepared in this budget to do so. So I think to understand that I don't think it's something, I don't recommend that the board even put that out there as a suggestion, because the cost for that would be unreasonable. So that's
Well, you know what?
my expertise.
We can take out the whole line, just about may participate in the inter-office library band loan programs and or consortiums, because we have the right to do it anyway, so.
Right, the board would, voting on it,
Yeah,
true, yes.
you know, we have the right to do it. So we could just set as a stated goal for the board to cooperate with the town school libraries and other libraries.
You can even
Period.
add a statement
Systems.
saying
Period.
that, you know, within the board's decided budget or something like that, if
Yeah.
you really wanted to.
Yeah,
I think, I like the way you put it first, Liz.
Okay.
It is a stated goal of the board to cooperate with the town school libraries and other libraries, period.
yeah,
Okay, may
Okay.
participate,
That-
we're gonna
that way
cross out the
there's
may
no-
participate in the
it's not
interlocal
directing
program.
people to
Right.
Gmails,
That's
okay?
Okay, great,
Okay.
better plan.
But understand that it could be possible for, community members, just like they did with the furniture one, right?
Oh, they can do anything.
But it's
yeah.
not, it wouldn't, they could say that they wanna take the money out for Gmails, but that's also advisory only, because it can't be the, you know,
Yeah.
so.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, may I just have say a
Yes.
couple of things before, because I feel like we're closing up. There's, under legal services, I just wanted to point out there is another Hannah on number 3.
Okay.
Oh.
Just so we don't miss that. And then,
Okay, Hannah.
I just have a quick question. Would the board consider putting in this article as well, that when the contract needs to be renewed, that it would be a full board vote? That would be brought to the board as a full vote for renewal, because does the contract renew annually? I wasn't aware of that, so I just wanted to make sure that statement was there, that if it does expire, would the full board be voting on to renew it?
What number?
It's not in there, that's what I'm saying, it's not in there, but I didn't know if the board would like to put it, because I don't know if the contract expires. I wasn't privy to that information, but.
I
see.
think
So-
it continues till someone want to get
I
out and
also-
they pay the.
So the board vote to remove themselves then in that case? I just wanted to put something in there for the board to be able to have that freedom, but certainly it's up to the board.
The town might cut us off too.
But that's
They might be
possibility
like,
as well,
we're getting
yes.
here.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
the way this is written also is the engagement letter with the firm of, that might not be the firm that the town has the thing of either. So, you know, the engagement letter, you know, with the town recommended or something might be better than putting the name of the council, because it might
Give
not
you
go
freedom
from.
to change.
So we need to just make it
The
more.
legal firm.
Yeah,
Hang on.
legal firm.
We're actually voted on this, and it's the word that came, you know, that this was not, we didn't create this document, we just voted on it. And it's
The
actually the
article.
document that Sean McMullen made. So I don't think that we should be changing the word of
Well,
it.
the nature of what it's doing is the same, it's just taking out the name of that firm in
Particular
case,
firm.
Yeah.
in case the
Yeah,
town
we need
goes
to
a different-
absolutely, legal counsel.
Yeah.
Just say our
That's fine.
legal, with,
Yeah.
speaking with legal counsel.
Okay.
It shouldn't have a name.
And taking out the other Hannah.
Yeah,
We've got another
Yes.
Hannah.
yeah.
Yes, and I just have one more suggestion, and then I'll stop
Yeah.
on this.
No, that's okay.
My apologies. Would the board consider changing to where the areas mentioned throughout the document where it says him, her, or his, her, to their? I think
Yes,
that would be
I
more
think that's
appropriate.
right.
Yeah.
And we would have to look through them throughout the document,
Yeah.
but thank you.
Yes.
And I'm just gonna suggest before we vote on the final document, because there's so many RSAs in here, Madam Chair, I really do think this needs to be run through legal counsel. If I'm in the minority on that, I accept that, but
Okay.
it's just the way I feel.
Okay, I think, would you like to make a nomination?
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
one-
Madam Chair, I would make a motion that before final vote on our bylaws, that we run this by our attorney, just to make sure that we are in understanding
Okay,
of the RSAs.
Second that.
got a second from Beth. Okay. Christine, are you ready to vote? Okay, we're gonna start roll call with Nancy.
Can you just say what Christine says so that the mic can pick it up, because
Oh,
I
yeah,
can't hear.
you know
You
what?
can just repeat what she said.
She just said sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she
Okay.
can just repeat
I don't
her
know
vote so
why,
the
but
mic picks it up.
You know,
I
I
just,
don't know why.
Point of order, can she vote on the phone? Is that
I'm sorry, what?
Can she
Yes.
vote on the phone?
Presidents from the town council, they do that. Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Helen Palmieri, yes.
Liz Thomas, no.
Beth Moraco, yes.
Jan McLaughlin, yes.
Maureen, yes.
Christine? Christine Fitzgerald, no.
Okay.
The movement carries 5-2.
5 to 2.
Okay?
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would highly recommend, that this happen well before the 10 days, so that it doesn't extend the time more, that we just get it done.
As soon as it's typed up, I'll forward it to him right away.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, well, we're done with that one, and we're gonna be then voting on that next month, on the changes that were, and obviously if Hannah has any, suggestions or things we need to replace, we're going to make the replacements and vote on the same time, okay?
100%.
Everyone's comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay,
And I've been trying to make the appendix that you had suggested. I think that's a great idea, to have the appendix for the RSAs, so.
I think RSA's I think there's a form that's mentioned, the MS9.
Mhm.
Anything that meant, like, references something, I think would be helpful.
Yep.
Thank you.
okay. The next thing we're moving on to then is the personnel policy. And again, I think that one I have, we're gonna use a,
Give me this. I'm trying to fix this for you.
I actually I was gonna just use the policy.
Sorry to lose that finger. Mm-hmm. That's the way it works. Okay, so.
Is there another fourth? We're just taking a moment, a technological moment.
The next debate will be brought to you by the letter P for personnel.
Doesn't like the charger or something. I don't know why.
Yeah. But I actually, don't we have,
We have a printout of it.
we do have printouts of the,
Yeah.
You have one in your packet.
yeah, I don't think I have it with me. Hang on.
No, you got a packet tonight. In the ones with the paper clip?
No, we got a packet.
No,
I
she
got
picked
it
up her
this
packet
morning.
earlier in
Here's
the
mine.
day,
Yeah.
because it was in her mailbox.
Here's mine.
The paper
Okay,
clip
thank
is
you.
additional
Okay,
document.
we're sharing. We're
Okay,
buds.
that's good. Go.
Buds. Okay, now we are moving on to the personnel policy, okay?
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes,
I just wanted to be noted that nowhere on this document does it say draft, so that might be confusing to some members of the
on-
public.
Right.
So the personnel policy does not say draft anywhere.
Okay, yeah.
So just to
We're gonna
just to point that out.
right on the cover.
And then I
Yeah.
would also like to say that you had said to me on 2 different occasions that the changes in this would be given to me with plenty of time for my staff to review. Unfortunately, I received this document on Monday, so they only had 2 days to review it. So that does raise concern for some of my staff who weren't even present
Okay.
this week. And then I had some other questions regarding
Let me
going
address
forward.
that one right now,
Sure.
okay? This again, we're gonna have to wait until, we're gonna vote on both of them next month.
Okay.
So you have
Thank
a
you.
whole month, your staff has a whole month to look at that, and then
Okay.
we'll vote on it, okay?
So if any changes that are made tonight, whoever makes those changes, could that be sent to me so that I can share it with my staff
Yes,
as soon as possible?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so that, yeah, I think we meet the intent of the law by doing that, by just both of them deferred.
Okay, thank you
Okay.
very much, I appreciate
Yep.
that.
All right, okay, we're now starting on section 1, the purpose. And on number 2, I added, employees will be given a copy of the amended personnel policy and will sign a receipt of possession, and the receipt will be stored in their personnel folder. Yes,
Madam Chair, that's already mentioned in number 4, and the receipt part to sign it can be added to that.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
we
then
can
we'll
certainly
take,
add the,
we'll
yeah, we can,
strike that out.
okay, and add the
Okay,
receipt part.
And on number 4, yeah,
And Moira has a question.
yes, yeah,
This is just semantics, but it says on the front cover revised April 2, but then on the top pages it says effective 9/4, so that needs to be changed as well.
and actually,
This is actually not the one that, the most current one, to be honest.
Well, it should be updated to reflect the
It
correct
already
dates.
yeah.
Yeah, this is
No.
not the most current one.
Once we ratify it, okay, we're gonna be changing the date on the
Oh, yeah,
front.
the date's wrong anyway.
Yeah, the date on the front will not be going forward, okay?
Do you hear what Erin was saying now? The revised copy that you did in a subcommittee was revising one that is not current policy. So whatever we talk about tonight, we have to kind of keep in mind that we're gonna be pairing that with the actual policy that's in place.
Okay, because again, Christine was the chair of the
Was
last
this the one I did
one, and she
when we had
she
changed
said
the
this
insurance?
is the one that we
Yeah,
voted on.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
If I could just clarify, it was just the draft copy that she used of the last one, so the
Oh,
header.
wait, Christine's talking. 1 minute.
She's just saying she did bylaws.
I'm
the
sorry,
bylaws.
say that again. Oh, okay, you didn't do the personnel policy, sorry, I spoke wrong. Nancy did that.
Assumed
No.
that, yeah.
Nancy Moore and,
We were on the committee, but we didn't do the writing.
oh,
At
no,
least I didn't do the writing. Did you do the writing?
go ahead.
Just to clarify,
Yeah.
Suggestions.
basically the content is the same as the posted one that's on the, it just,
Okay.
the header changed, was updated on the final version.
So we're okay,
You're
The
okay.
header.
we're okay
So
to be making
and
changes
the
on
part
this.
That the
Perfect.
highlights are also not in the online one, this was just the draft one that was
Okay.
approved.
Okay.
With changes.
That's why
Yeah.
it's concerning when it doesn't say draft, because that's where it gets
Yeah.
concerned. But the one on the website is current and up to date and has the correct dates.
And, okay, and
Nine.
everything that's on the website is
it's
actually a
just that
repeat
the
of this.
header and
You
the
just set the
highlighting.
header
Yep.
and the date time.
And yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, all right. So we've done that, we've made that change, okay? On section 2, we have, it says, it shall be the responsibility of the trustees to develop and approve additional sections or amendments that comprise the policy. Okay? And that was number 1. Number 2 is the library director shall be responsible for the development and and overall administration of the policy. And I would say we're going to strike out development, okay? Because basically it's saying we should be developing it and the director should be administrating it. Okay? So they're gonna, yeah, okay. Okay, we're up to now probationary period we're speaking about, and it says that it may be extended an additional 6 months by the library director, and the trustees will be notified of the extension. Okay, just so that we know that there's someone on, who's been extended on it. Okay, and then we now have on section 6 appointment and probation period. On number 1, all appointments, it says, shall be made by the library director upon getting approval from the trustees of terms and salary and hours. And that's just directly in relation to the RSA, okay? On number 2, the purpose of the initial 6-month probation period is to assess the employee's performance. Accordingly, the employee shall be given a written evaluation at least twice during the probationary period. After evaluation has completed or at any other time during the probation period, the employee may be dismissed by the library director with approval of the trustees. Said dismissal process did not conform to the rest is all this, nothing changed on that. So it's basically just saying to follow the law, we're responsible for the hiring and firing, and so she just needs to ask permission. Okay, yes.
My question about that is, and I used to ask this question on the school board
Yeah.
all the time, what are her management rights? So if she has an employee that shows up for work, someone who's been drunk, someone who's been
her
drinking,
management right
it
is
would seem to me
Yeah.
that we would want her to have the authority
Immediate.
to dismiss that individual
Oh, yeah.
immediately.
But what the thing is, what you do is you ask them to leave and go home, you know? And then at that point, then you decide, is this, you know, is this a fireable account? Okay? So you're not dismissing them, you're having them leave. I'm sorry, you cannot work in this, in your condition. You have them leave, you say, okay, we have an employee, might be a one-time only, or it could be something that's become a habit, and I think we need to dismiss them right away. And at that point, you just call, you know, we just call the board and say, it's.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah,
she has
no,
some
and
of
she
her
has the right
management.
to ask him to leave, to not work. You know, you certainly we wouldn't want you having anyone in the library that, you know, that could be a danger to to themselves or to the
That's right.
general public.
Right.
Okay, so no, that's not taking any right away from her on that.
No, thank you.
Jan?
Yes.
So, this is only about the probationary period though. So what it's saying is during the probationary period, Erin can say, this person's gone, without getting all of the grievance stuff and all that stuff being
Yes.
triggered. You can just say, this isn't working out.
Yeah, that's why the
they're gone.
probationary period
Yes,
exists.
yeah.
It gives me the freedom to remove,
Right.
like, ask them to leave.
You would
I don't
just,
need to give just cause.
you would just let us know that that has happened, so we know that that happened.
Well, she would need to say, I am going to dismiss this person. Do you have a problem?
So
And we
I have to
wouldn't.
wait for the board's vote or board vote to
No.
dismiss, or am I allowed to dismiss?
Just notice, I would
You
think.
can call us. You can, I mean, if there's cause,
Mhm.
we'll have an immediate meeting and we'll vote for immediately for you to dismiss that person.
I'm
If
just
you have
concerned on
cause.
time for that,
Um,
I'm just concerned on time for that, so if something were to be a more serious offense and I had to keep them around my staff who feels unsafe.
No,
then-
I've already said you can dismiss
Oh,
them
just-
from
okay.
the process, from the property at any time.
Okay.
Okay?
And Jan was saying, this is the probationary period too,
Yeah.
so this is, go ahead.
I would
Jan.
just say, instead of where it comes up with the approval of the trustees, you can just say, notice will be given to the trustees or
There you
something
go.
like that.
That's right.
In a timely manner or something. So whatever the next meeting is or whatever, you can call the trustees or you can send us an email so that we all get it, but there won't be a discussion about it
Right.
online, it will just be information. I think that during that first 6-month period, if there's already a problem, you know, especially if there's a problem of safety or whatever else, Erin needs to be able to say
You're out of here.
bye-bye, and then send us a note and say, we're starting again.
Exactly right.
Because
I guess I
100%.
disagree to that because the reason that we're being notified, what we're concerned with, Erin's concerned with the library being safe and working properly, which we also are concerned about. We also have to look at the liability. We need to say, oh yeah, that's you know, that's a no-brainer. That person can be dismissed. But then we have to look at, well, maybe this is something that, you know, maybe we need to consider or think about. And so I'm just saying that the board should be involved only for liability's sake. That's all I'm
It's a
saying.
probationary
I'm not
period.
saying, and again,
I-
a probationary period,
They don't have to have cause.
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's correct.
it is my understanding that's why, when the employee is hired, as stated in the first
Yeah.
couple paragraphs, they will be signing this document or signing a piece of paper that says that they read this document. It is my understanding that a probationary period exists so that you do not have to give just cause. So if you hire Joe and Joe has been doing great, but maybe we had a budget issue, I can let Joe go in the 6 months without any reason. Or if Joe has, you know, done something illegal, I can let him go. And can just say, you know what, it's not working out, see you later. And I don't have to certainly it would be documented, certainly, but I don't need to give any cause to him or follow the normal grievance procedures.
Yeah, and I would just say that you would provide notice to us that that's
Yes,
happening.
of-
I would think that
certainly I would let the
that
board know.
provide notice. I think that would be, because it's not the regular hiring and firing of an employee. It's just during this, we've already approved this employee, but there's been a problem during the 6-month probationary period, which has already been established at the time that they're in probation. So they would just, if she had to turf somebody out, it would be, they'd give us notice.
Christine? Hello? Do you want to read on that? Are you comfortable with a probationary period that they can be dismissed immediately? So.
I can't hear you.
Is that on speakerphone? Doesn't sound like it.
Yes, let me repeat that, okay? What we were looking at, the phrase, okay, is that, okay, before it said that the employee may be dismissed by, this is a probationary employee, comes in and Erin feels that, for cause, whatever it is, that she needs to dismiss him. And it's just saying that she may be dismissed, it may be dismissed by the library director. And then, but I had added with approval from the trustees. What I'm saying is she can ask them to leave the premise, okay? And then we can determine, she would recommend to us that, she wants to dismiss this person and let them go, and we would go and say yes, and then she will contact that employee and tell them that they are no longer an employee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she said she agreed with that process.
Yeah,
You would,
But I think we had a different process. That was your suggestion. I thought there was a different.
You got it on speakerphone now.
So,
yes.
so
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I still need to Google what point of order means. But would it be, I think it means like when you wanna ask something, but would it be possible if to put the phone on speaker?
I just did.
she just did.
Okay,
I think.
sorry.
Christine, can you hear it? Can you
I
say something so we can
apologize.
see if we have you on speaker now?
Yep, I agree with
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, all right, because I tried that before.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, say that again, please.
I agree with what you just said, Liz, that that the employee can be sent home and then that information can be brought to the trustees and then the trustees can approve it.
Correct.
Yeah, you would dismiss him from, you're not firing him, you're excusing him from his job. Then you take a vote, and then at that point, if the vote is, because it says right in the RSA, for hiring and termination, okay?
Correct.
So it says right there in the RSA, okay?
Yep.
And that's all we're trying to do, meet the RSA, okay?
Yep, I agree.
Okay,
All right, Jan.
I understand, I'm just saying the process in the firing line of Erin having an employee that was in their probationary period that she decides for no just cause has to be given to that employee. She should be able to do that and notify us that that's happening. I understand that we have the right to hire and fire people, but during that probationary period, that kind of is turned over to the library director to assess that need at that point.
except the RSA does not refer to it as, it's employees, I mean, they are an employee of the establishment at the time, so you need to, basically, I mean, I guess I'm not seeing a problem, because you're asking them to leave, then you're gonna contact them, and they're not gonna come back in the building, okay, until you Erin contacts them, the board votes, the board says yes, go ahead and dismiss, and then all it is following the rule of the RSA. We doing the termination, we chose the termination, okay, and then we go ahead and she contacts that person and tells them that they're no longer unemployed. I think your hand was up first.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we remove these words, these read with approval of the trustees from this section 2 under section 6, appointment and probation period.
I would second that.
Who seconded that?
Nancy?
Nancy, okay. All right, we're gonna take a roll call. Nancy?
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Helen Palmieri, yes.
Liz Thomas, no.
Beth Monaco, yes.
Jan McLaughlin, yes.
Maura Ryan, no.
Christine?
Christine Fitzgerald, no.
Okay, motion carried 4-3. Okay? All right, next thing we're up at section 3, okay? And it's talking about the director extending the probationary period, and all I added is that the trustees will be notified of the extension. Number 4, the successful completion of probation period will result in the appointment of the employee to regular employment status with notification to the trustees. So she's just saying, they're done and they're being hired, okay? All right, let me see.
Okay, then I think it comes, so then
Yeah,
this and
okay.
it will flip.
Okay, thank you. Okay, section 7, layoff, okay, on the first paragraph, it just says, when it is necessary to reduce the number of employees, layoffs will be based on operational needs determined by the library director with approval of the trustees. And again, it's only that because the trustees need to be, it's, the RSA is termination. So they're basically being terminated, and so the trustees need to get, to give their approval, okay? All right, going down to, this is a huge one, the scheduled work week and hours, okay? The normal work schedule for employees shall be determined by the library director based on the operational needs, okay? And then I added in, the director shall schedule all shifts with sufficient staffing to ensure that the library will remain open if someone is unable to work that day. And then
Madam Chair,
yeah,
may I speak to that first sentence?
Yes.
The first red sentence?
yeah,
I have to say, reading that as a person already in the position, that feels very threatening to me. I can guarantee, as I read on for the rest of the document, that there will be times based on what is in here now, if it was approved, that I will not be able to keep the library open because I will not have sufficient staff or be able to earn admin time to do so. So I feel that what would happen if I was unable to keep the library open based on staffing or my inability to stay? What would happen to me?
okay.
That is my question.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's a little bit more than a suggestion, okay? If you have, look at it on a Friday, because people don't want to work Friday nights, okay? So
We're not
you
open
have,
Friday nights.
s-
We're not open Friday. Oh, you said Friday. Oh, I thought you said Friday night.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no,
My
on a
apologies.
Friday, okay? And so someone, are you never open during regular winter hours? You're not open on Friday at all?
No, we are.
Friday night.
Yeah,
Friday
that's
night.
what I'm
We're
saying.
not open Friday. I thought you said Friday night.
No.
My apologies.
Yeah, I'm saying on a Friday, if you, during the winter, where you're open 9 to 9, right, or 9 to 8?
9 to
9
9
to
to
5.
5.
9 to
Oh,
5
9
on
to 5,
Friday.
okay.
Let's pretend.
Let's pretend. An example.
What I'm saying is, if you had 9 people working, say, 9 to 3, and then you only had 3 people working from 3 to 5 or 3 to 6, okay? You have the 9 people during the day, but you only have the minimum amount. So one person being sick would result in your closing the library, unless one of your regular staff, which your administration, which there's 4 of you, okay? And unless one of you stayed to fill in.
But I would not stay. I would not stay because I don't earn. I would have to adjust my schedule prior to during the week in order to do that because I'm not allowed to go over my hours according to the rest of the document. And I would, with all due respect, when we do the schedule, we make sure that we have enough staff to stay open. And we have, the minimum is 3 to stay open for safety purposes, but majority of the time we will have 4, if not more, depending on the day and hours, to be open. So with all due respect, again, we're adults. I mean, people are going to show up to work or they're going to use their time that they've earned in order to take the time off. So I guess I already do my very best, and Megan with the schedule, to make sure that we can open for those hours. Circumstances do come up where staff, there was recently, we had 2 staff members call out sick. In order to adjust to staffing and schedules, we had to cancel a program in order to do that, in order for that we can cover the desk. So we make adjustments in the need be when those emergency type things come up. But we do, in my opinion, do try very, very rarely. Recently, we've had a lot of canceled programs. In fact, July, we had 6 canceled programs because we did not have enough staff to do those programs. But in general, we do that so that the service desk can be staffed. I think we do a very good job of keeping those ships open. Yes, have we had to open at 10 recently? Yes, because a staff member called out sick and we didn't have enough staff to open the building.
So at that time, you only had 3 people coming in at 9 and 1 called in sick?
No, at that time, we only had 3 people, but we did not have enough people to cover. We only had 2 people. We only had 2 people and we needed 3 to at least open the building.
Then maybe you need to schedule 4 people at
But
the
I
beginning
can't
of the
schedule people
opening.
I don't have, is what I'm trying to say.
Wait,
That's where the
you're
challenge
saying you
comes.
only had 4 people that were available to work, that were scheduled to work?
Yes.
I mean, 3 people scheduled to, I'm saying for the whole day, there's only 3?
No, only for the morning. That's why I had to wait to open at 10. It was only for the morning time.
Nancy?
So, can you give me an example of what this meant to you? Because, I mean, I trust Erin to staff her library. So
Okay.
you must have something on your
Yes.
mind. Can you share with
I'll
us
share that with you.
what's
Yes,
on your
I'll be
mind
glad
so
to. I
we
will be
can
glad to.
understand? Because I'm not seeing this. And,
Okay.
and it's worrisome to me because there was a time just a few weeks ago that Erin couldn't open the library because she had to choose between opening the library or doing payroll because she didn't have enough people in the library. I probably would, as a manager, I would have chosen payroll too, because I know
I
how
think my
important
staff
it is
chose
to
it
get,
too.
staff is to get paid,
Yes.
So can you tell us what's on your mind?
Yes, I will. I feel that when I spoke to Erin another time about closing the library early, okay, I said to her, one of the most important things of your job is to keep the library open, okay?
Agreed.
And she said, no, that's not the most important thing in my job. And I'm sure she had an idea of the public safety or whatever. It was just the interaction of, no, it's like, I don't care what you say, it's not important to me type. That's how it came across to me, okay? And then it happened again with, now someone else got sick. I can understand weather related and everything else, that there's a shortage. I mean, that you have to cancel. And we shouldn't be involved with something like that, But the thing is, my position is, you're open 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours, depending what day. You need to have sufficient staff in the front end and the back end to have at least 1 extra person so that you can open and meet the needs of the community.
Well, if she had a full staff, that wouldn't be a problem. That's understandably, I'm sure you understand that. So, so if your issue is that you feel like you have an employee that might have been insubordinate, that is completely separate than what this is, in my opinion.
I'm not saying that there's someone who's insubordinate.
Yes.
Go to Megan first and then I'll.
Okay, Megan.
Just to clarify, we do our very best to schedule things, but there are unanticipated times when we won't know. It happens all the time. People are out sick and multiple people are out sick, but because we have to staff the entire day and we staff the entire day at the busiest time with the most people, we do our very best, but it does look to see like the 2 sentences are basically saying the same thing. Just with different wording. So the normal work schedule for all employees shall be determined by the director based on operational needs. It says the same thing, that the director shall schedule all shifts with sufficient staffing to ensure that the library will remain open if someone is unable to work that day. It's the operational needs. So that's all it just seems like it's a redundant sentence because it's stating basically the same thing. And we can kind of go over this
And
further,
again,
but,
I respect that, and I would say right now, if we all agree that it means we're gonna try to keep at least 1 person extra scheduled on shifts so that, if 2 call in, then you're gonna have to close, type of thing.
Well,
But,
for example, this past time where we had to open at 10 o'clock,
yeah,
we didn't have enough people to open, but we did have enough staff coming in later at 10 o'clock, so we were able to open at 10 o'clock. There was maybe 5 people who came to the door, they read the sign, they came back at 10, they had no problem to understand what was going on for that. But the reality of the situation is we have an employee on medical leave right now. We're down 1 person for there. We have 2 open positions that need to be filled. We just don't have the staff right now. But under normal circumstances, if that was the case, we would have had at least 2 other people scheduled at that day. But we don't have the people right now to have somebody scheduled for that. So under normal circumstances, we would, provided we have enough staffing.
okay. I'm gonna respect that you say that. And what I'm gonna say is I'm willing to get rid of this line. I just want you to understand that it's very important that we keep the library open for the patrons. And I'm sure you probably feel that same way. I just, let's be honest. There's been some friction and some misunderstandings and stuff. We need to heal, we need to get beyond that, we need to respect each other, okay? So I'm willing to remove that, okay? And I just, again, I want to feel that everyone's committed to keeping this library open, because it's important.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Erin, I'm sorry, let Erin speak first and then.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say one thing really quick. I take a little bit of offense to that because I work really hard to keep this building open when we are really, really stretched with staff. I have stayed late a number of days. I have come in early a number of days to make sure that there's people here, that I'm here to help because I am down an admin person. So I disagree that I said that keeping the library open is not my number 1 priority. It has always been my number 1 priority since I became director 13 years ago. It has always been my number 1 priority. If it's not at this building, it's another priority. My number 1 priority is to keep the library open. There are some circumstances, as Megan mentioned, where that is going to be very challenging. And as a director, I have to make those tough decisions. Do I open? Do I do payroll? Do I cancel a program? Do I adjust what, I gotta look at, and they've gotta usually be split decisions because we have to open in, 5-10 minutes or whatever it is. Sometimes we don't get the call that someone's out sick until we actually open at 9 o'clock, and then we've got to scramble. So I do work really, really hard, and I have a huge dedication to this library, like I have never had with another building, or another staff, or another town. And so I would, with all due respect, I do try to keep this library open, and I try to keep this library functioning to the best of my ability with what I have presented to me right now. That's all I wanted to say.
My response to you is, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I misunderstood your intent.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank
I
you.
appreciate what you're doing. I think this library is so vibrant and everyone loves it, okay? I needed you to tell me it's important to you too to keep it open.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay?
It is.
That's all I needed you to tell me.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate
Yes.
your
I
help.
think we've already kind of answered everything. I
Yes.
appreciate what Megan said about how the 2 lines are kind of repetitive
Yes.
and the one that was there.
So we're
works.
removing that line,
Great.
okay?
All I wanted to reference
Yeah,
was
go ahead.
that Moira had given us, and I found this as I was going through things,
Yeah.
this document from the NHLTA conference, which was presented by Hannah DeVoe.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And it was on effective employee handbooks, best policies and practices. And it was, as I went through it, I thought, well, this is great. If we aren't talking to Hannah directly, I have this
Yeah.
from her instead. And there were just a couple points like about inflexible policies, and that I got nervous that creating this sounded inflexible because it was like, you must keep this open, you must have these people here. So I thought, but I'm happy to know that we just
Based on
talked it
that
through.
Conversation,
That we talked it through.
you're relieved
Yes.
that that's not a
But
problem.
it's
Yeah.
good to see that Hannah referenced it.
Yeah, no,
Very
you know
helpful.
what, I'm telling you, we're reasonable people. The problem is, I think sometimes it's a lack of communication. And that's all it is, because you speak to us, we speak to you, and now we're clear. And we know that we're both on the same track. That's
Thank
all we
you.
need to do.
Thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate that.
Thank you, yeah.
I'm sorry. Madam Chair.
Okay,
She's-
go ahead,
she's first.
ladies.
You were first.
Oh, I was first, okay. So, I guess the I don't know whether it's listed here at all, but, the policy that was the problem, my understanding was that you didn't have 3 MLS people.
No,
You might have
MLS has nothing to do with it.
So it's just having
Three
3 adults.
employees, yeah.
Three
It's
bodies.
just bodies.
Yeah.
MLS has nothing to do with it.
You know,
Okay.
and actually, I think we should put into the bylaws or into the employee policy or the bylaws that, you know, we need to, you've made that policy, but it's not here. I think it should be here.
Oh, the
because I
3
think-
people
Yeah,
safety?
the 3 people. I think that makes
I
good
agree.
sense.
It has been in
You know,
other,
it's
in
a
the previous
past
job,
practice.
it was written into policy.
Exactly, and it's understood here, but it's not listed here. So let's get it in here,
Thank you.
okay?
3 people.
It's out of 3 people.
Needed.
Yes.
So if communication was the issue, why don't we just add something that says if the library needs to close, that someone gets notified or that the board gets notified or something of that nature?
I believe I already
think
do
she
that when
does,
whenever we've closed and I've been able to notify, I usually either will call the chair right away, at least prior, I haven't had to do it, I think
Yes,
really that
yeah.
much since you've been chair, but I have emailed and communicated with the full board if there was a snow closure, and then if there was an emergency closure, for example, when we had the pipe burst, I
Yeah.
did communicate immediately with the chair because that was my immediate, and I believe
You were
Kim was
busy.
chair
You
Kim
were
was chair at
busy.
the time.
Yeah.
But I always let the board know, if not
Yeah.
by a phone call, on an email following up afterward, that we had to close.
Did you communicate with her about last Friday?
I did not, with the time we only opened for an hour, didn't open
Yeah.
for an hour rather.
It was a Monday.
It was a Monday and I did not communicate that, but it was just an hour. I didn't know that I needed
All
to
the public
communicate
was
the hour.
notified, like,
Well, maybe.
But if the board would prefer that I communicate
Just, you
at
know
any
what?
time that we close.
May I suggest that
Mhm.
whenever you have to close early or open late, just send out
Just
a
send an
notice
email?
after it happened. You know, you've already done it. We
Mhm.
know that, you know, you didn't have the sufficient staff. We're not gonna question that. Just let us know.
Absolutely. I
Just
can do
generally,
that.
the whole board.
Okay.
Just let you,
With notice to the board or something.
yeah, notice
Sure.
the board. That's all we need, okay?
Okay, I will do that.
So what you're gonna do is you're gonna put a new policy that in a new line in the policy, that the board, the library will not open without 3 employees. And that if the library needs to be shut early or closed early, or opened early, late, that the board will receive an email or notification.
Yeah, so any adjustment
Yeah.
in our normal hours, I
Perfect.
would share with the board.
That's all, yeah, that's all we ask.
Okay,
You know?
that's very reasonable, thank you.
Okay, yeah, it's 'cause it's when people call us up and say, why'd the library close? And we feel foolish. I don't know, type of thing, Okay, good. Now, let me see.
Or Jan,
yeah.
Jan.
Jan, I'm sorry, yeah?
Okay, so this is under section 8, we've gotten rid of the first red line,
Yeah,
Mhm.
which is several lines, but, and then we've put that, the library, needs 3 employees to be open, a minimum of 3 employees
Yes.
to be
Mhm.
open.
yes,
And if the library needs to close, or adjust their normal hours, a notice will be sent to the entire board.
yeah.
Okay, does that sound right?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And I think that this the next line, it says in excess of upon.
That paragraph was confusing to me.
That doesn't make
Isn't that-
sense,
isn't
does
that-
it?
No.
Isn't that,
No,
aren't
I'm
you
go-
deleting that section?
Oh, I think I was doing that at 2
Well, I
in the
had the word
morning.
remove at the end, so
Aren't you
I'm,
deleting that section?
If I may, it looks like a copy error, but.
No, this is a different thing, okay? This is now, we're talking about the full-time exempt employees, okay? And this is pointed out to me by Sean. Basically, and it actually does say in the policy, the way it says, that the salaried employees, okay, are not based on 40 hours, okay? Yes, go ahead.
We don't actually have any salaried employees at the library.
You do have exempt employees, though.
Exempt, I'm sorry, exempt.
They currently
exempt,
get
it's exempt.
you're currently giving them administrative time, so that's would
Right,
be
but I was
considered
just
an
clarifying
exempt.
that they're not salaried.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, okay, we need to correct that, okay?
Okay.
In excess, I don't know, hang on.
The
Hang on.
words, it's supposed to be upon being required to.
Oh,
by
that's,
the-
okay.
Yeah, it looks like
the
there were
word
some
in
words
excess.
missing.
It just
Yeah.
kind of like flip-flopped in there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay. Upon being required by their job function to work, their normal work times, no,
In
week.
excess of their
Full-time exempt employees may take administrative time off. And where that's coming from, okay, is it's being removed because we're following the rules of the town, and they're basic, and we were told by Sean McMullen that salaried they're not salaried, what do you call them?
Exempt.
They're
Exempt people do not work a 40-hour week, and they're expected to fill in when needed, okay? So that's where it's coming from, go ahead.
So, respectfully, admin time is, throughout the entire town. The police, fire, finance, building, public works, cable, rec, senior affairs, community development, and sewer, in addition to the library, all offer admin time. If they're changing their policies, that's. one
They
thing.
are, I've been
But-
told by Sean, yes.
Because you're taking this out, if you work in excess of 40 hours, we would need to have overtime rather than the floating holidays. It's a federal law.
I would check that, because I don't believe exempt.
I can give you the information that I looked up, but I'm not a lawyer, so I would suggest you contact Hannah about this. But in New Hampshire, we follow the federal law, which is the fair wage.
Fair
It's
labor
salaried.
standards, fair labor standards.
Thank you. I keep forgetting exactly how the wording is on that. But there is definitions and for that section. So it's either the admin time or overtime, and overtime's time and a half. So you just wanna be careful about that, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but from the documents that I read through for the federal overtime law and the wages and salaries and the New Hampshire state, you have to be paid for that because we're not salaried. We don't fall under the exempt.
Okay, in this case, I'm going to go to Hannah on this, okay?
Agreed.
Because I'll tell you personally, I have worked all my life as management. There was no such thing as overtime or admin time or anything. You were salaried. When you're salaried, that's how much you make, and that's basically.
Exactly. It's just we're
So-
not salaried, so you'd have to change that or add a salary
I
definition
might have
as
some
well.
info right here.
Yeah,
Are you
go ahead.
considered to be non-exempt?
No.
As far as I know, we were.
It's
Yeah,
very
I
confusing
guess there's
to be.
different information.
There could be different information, but from looking at the overtime, the non-exempt has very specific things which we don't qualify under that. So it's.
Well, it would be
There's a
important
lot
to know
of-
that because this is information from the New Hampshire Municipal
Yeah.
Association. And so the federal Fair Labor Standards Act requires, among other things, overtime compensation for non-exempt employees who work more than 40 hours in a week. So if they're non-exempt and they work more than 40 hours in a week, they get paid
Mhm.
somehow, some way, because they're not gonna work for free. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay.
So
But if they're exempt,
you-
they're not entitled to overtime
Yes.
pay and must
You
meet
don't
the
have any
specific
definitions in the
criteria
policy. So I would clarify what is exempt
Yeah,
and non-exempt.
because we need to determine if
Um,
you're non-exempt or exempt.
I think
that's the
Absolutely,
whole
but in terms of
crux of it.
salaried,
Right.
we are hourly employees, so therefore do not, the very first box to check off for salaried is, if you get paid hourly or by like a sum of money, that's your sum of money. So that's not how we're paid, and again, I'm not a lawyer, so that's how I was reading the document, so.
You don't get like a check that's exactly the same every month or every pay period. You're saying.
We get paid for 40 hours of work at an hourly rate. A salaried employee gets just a set lump sum of money. It's not an hourly rate,
Well,
so that's what I'm saying.
But the reality is that if you're a salaried person, you're still being paid at an hourly rate, because that's how they calculate it out.
Yeah,
So if I'm a salaried employee and I take 7 hours off, it's done at an hourly rate of my salary, so.
What I'm saying is, based on the federal law that I was looking at,
You're-
because that's
that's how you're
is-
interpreting, and that's why we're
and that's
gonna
why
have to
I'm
get the
saying
lawyer,
that-
okay?
That's all I'm saying,
Yeah,
I
is
think-
just, there's a
Yes,
discrepancy.
no, I understand what you're saying, and that's how you're interpreting, and we'll get the lawyer to, you know, to determine, 'cause she is an employee, I mean, that's her
Right.
strength,
And I
is
just feel like it
employee
needs to be
relations.
clear before.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair, may I just recommend, once we determine what that is, if we could add to the definitions the exempt, non-exempt, and then also salaried, if that ends up to be
Yes.
the final result, so that it can be clear throughout the whole document.
And again,
And I would also like to add that in my previous years, or all my years of being library director and even as assistant director, I was able to earn what was considered my last job as comp time, which is very similar to admin time. In that particular job, I was able to earn comp time, and I had to use it all up by the end of the year, or fiscal year, whatever that, it was a fiscal year for that job. I didn't get the buyout option in this particular job. When I was hired, that option did exist. And so, but for my 3.5 years that I've been here, actually almost 4 years, I have never cashed out my comp time or admin time. I know my assistant director has. But also keep in mind that that money is already budgeted. We planned for that potential. So that money is already in the budget if we were to do that. And it's usually only Donna, or the assistant director, and myself that have an option to that. I would also like to say that it will be very challenging if we don't have an option for me to earn some sort of admin time, or for my assistant director to earn admin time, or even for my department heads, to sometimes keep this building open. There have been times where Donna has stayed beyond her hours to keep the library open at night. I myself the same way. The other challenge that and I'm just presenting the challenges, I'm not trying to, the other challenges is a lot of times we attend those additional meetings, town meetings, budget meetings on a Saturday when they do the deliberative session. There's no way for me to determine how long we're going to be there. So it would be very difficult to adjust my schedule throughout the week to determine that. So that's usually, and I would like to say, most of the time where I have earned admin time, specifically over the last 2 years, it has been based on the fact of the meetings running long. So today if I were to come in at 1 and work till 9, that's my 8 hours, 9 o'clock, I should have left this meeting if I'm not earning comp time. Because I got here at 1, right? So it presents challenges when you have a very unpredictable schedule when it comes to meetings and things of that nature. And I do say, I don't think it would be very challenging for me to work for nothing. If you understand me, and I understand
yeah.
that there's a dedication. I have a dedication to this job. That's why I stay late. That's why I come in early. That's why I've come in on the weekends to get the work done. I bring work home. I do all of that. It is all because meetings run long. I can't get my work done. There's been a multiple requests from the board for specific reports that I do, and I'm covering shifts. All of that is related to staffing and other things that I don't have control over. The board does. So I just wanted to share that information.
Okay, and I guess I'm gonna be honest, my perspective is, I've always been in management, we have always we've worked 12, 14-hour shifts and always regularly, type of thing, and that was the expectation, okay? Now, coming here, Sean's expectation was that admin people, are expected to go that extra mile, they make the extra money and all of that for that reason, okay?
That's
And
why
so-
they're paid more to begin with.
Yeah, that's why they paid more to begin with. It's already built in, that overtime is built into the salaries, okay?
Not overtime. Don't say those words.
It's admin time.
It's part of their
Admin time.
it's part
Yeah,
of their
Overtime would
Yes.
be time and a half,
Admin
which
time,
would be a lot
yeah.
more.
Yeah,
I understand that, and I have always put in the extra effort. but I do think there has to be some understanding of, you know, last year, Donna put in 60 hours of admin time and was able to cash out her 60 hours. She actually put in over 80, close to 100, but she didn't get anything for those time. And she knows that. It's in the policy. You don't get
You
that.
can't get
So
anything over
you'll-
60,
right,
yes,
so
yeah.
she knows that. But
Yeah.
the fact that she had to do it, it wasn't because she slacks. It wasn't because that she doesn't get her work done. It was because it was a requirement in order to keep the building open or to do the work that is required. That's all I'm saying. I just want the board to consider the efforts that we go to. And I think a lot of times that salaried expectation may be because you're working for a business that their goal is to make money. Our goal is never to make money. The library is never going to make money. We provide service. And that's what the fire department, they don't make money, police doesn't make money, we provide service. And so I think something needs to be, in speaking for myself and other people either coming after me or working with me, something needs to be given that compensates for that. And in my opinion, 3 floating holidays, or I don't even know what floating
3 days.
supervisor days off, do not do that. Cause I've earned 24 hours in 2 months' time, and that's three days. So, I'm just sharing my thoughts. I understand it's the board's decision.
Jan's gonna ask something too, but all I wanna say is, I just wanna keep our eye on the
Sorry.
clock.
Yes,
And
I know, yeah.
I just
Sorry.
want us to figure out at some point, cause we are talking about having 2 meetings in September, if there's anything else we can, I just wanna make sure we get through everything we have to
Okay.
do tonight.
Yeah.
Section
I'm
8, we're
worried.
talking about, going to Hannah about this anyway.
Yeah, we'll just bring
Okay.
this whole section 8 to
Okay,
Hannah,
so then let's,
okay? Because I know Sean's having, issues here because what is dealing with the unions. And so that's a different story than
Right,
he's
not
not
union,
bargaining.
right.
But with the non-represented folks,
Yes.
he's made an adjustment already.
Yeah, there you go.
That's-
They've already made the change with
Okay.
non-represented people.
But we can talk to
okay?
Hannah about the whole section 8.
okay, section 9.
Okay, section 9, wage and salary schedule. Let's see. Starting salaries may vary according to the credit given to the library for relevant training, education, experience in excess of the minimum amount normally required for, hang on.
It looks like you want to take it out. Yeah.
I wanted to remove it, yes, yeah.
So are you removing, oh, I see.
That one.
So is it saying starting salaries may vary according to the credit given by the library director for relevant training, education, experience. The director in consort with the trustees shall determine what the starting salary of the candidate.
That's what the
Okay.
change is. We're
Yeah, okay.
removing that other stuff and
The
putting
middle
that
sentence.
change in,
Okay,
okay?
yep.
Right, moving
You'd
on.
recommend something different, and then you'd come to us and say, Mary Smith, we'd like to have her have a
Yeah.
little bit more because she has more
Okay,
experience.
return.
Okay.
There we go. The trustees will be responsible for determining the fair market wage scale and work with the town to make appropriate changes as warranted. And it shall be with the responsibility of the library director to determine on a regular basis if the wage and salary, that was being removed, okay? Go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, I have a question. How will the trustees be determining the fair market wage?
Sean is doing that for the whole town, and he's gonna have a professional company who does it. They're gonna be setting and they're
That's
gonna come in
the plan.
and also do for the library.
So the library as well?
Oh, yeah, the library's included.
If
Yes.
that's the case, then it would seem to me, wouldn't we want the director of the library to interface with the town and figure out what the pay schedules should be? And
The
then-
town's not determining their own pay schedule, they're hiring, there's an agency that does that,
Oh,
okay? They
So
come in
they're
and look
trying
at
to
the fair
reset
market.
everything, so-
Yeah, this is all being done, like you would hire a CPA, okay? Well, they're hiring an agency that does this, that sets the fair market values based on the locations and everything else.
What the heck kind of an agency is
I
that?
don't know.
Like an employment agency?
I don't know.
No,
It's a consultant, I'm sure.
it's a consultant firm, it's a consulting firm.
They-
Yeah, and
they-
that's
they
what their
rescore
specialty
all
is.
of the, all of the
I will have
positions.
to call them and ask them, because my.
So what may
company
happen
does
is they may-
something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone who's an 8 now might be a 9. I mean, I don't know, whatever those
Yeah.
numbers mean, but.
But so that, again, that actually came down from him, you know. We're trying to, and you know what? We're trying to stay, because you had put into the policies that we need to match, your employees need to get whatever the bargained employees are getting. So we're trying to keep we're following the laws that they're following, you know what I mean? That's what we're trying to do, okay? Okay, now. Okay, we're now up to section 10, performance pay. Okay. Every employee will be considered eligible for, this is, okay, again, this, I guess, we were told there will be no more merit pay. Paid out, there
No
will
checks.
be no checks. Okay, if someone has reached their highest, salary range, then they get the COLA, but there will not be a merit check.
I don't understand what you mean by merit check.
Huh? I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, we don't get merit checks. We don't get a separate check in our, currently when an employee reaches their maximum, they get a lump sum, as we've explained before. They don't get it in a separate check. It gets included into their weekly paycheck when that event happens.
It's a sum of money, though.
Right, but
What
it's
they're
not a
saying it's
separate
not-
check.
Yeah, no, I understand
Okay,
that.
okay.
What they're saying is that merit should only go into raising, it goes into your wage, not into your wages, that the amount of money you've gotten, okay, for that paycheck, but it goes into your salary.
So, to my understanding, when I read this, I wrote a question down. So if I have an employee who has reached their maximum, for
Yes.
example, at their time of evaluation, I
Yes.
just say you're doing a great job, you're gonna continue doing a great job, and I'm not gonna give you anything for it.
You will get the COLA, but you will
You'll
not.
get the COLA in July, but
Yeah.
if they're having their evaluation in September or October, or whatever month,
Yeah,
there's nothing, there's just an evaluation. So I guess give me guidance on how I would encourage that employee to continue to do great work if they get nothing.
That would be my question. So what will be the award or reward for great performance?
your job. I'm telling you, I'm just telling you that the policy, what's being done on the town side.
But there are times where we follow the town, there are
And
times we
that we
don't.
don't.
So I guess
So-
I'm just confused on
it's
why
like-
would this be that time?
I mean, we always say we're gonna run this place like a business, and we all know that that's almost impossible. But generally speaking, in businesses, when you have a great performer and someone has performed really well, generally speaking, there is some kind of financial reward for great performance. So we're going to have great performers and we're gonna offer them COLA, and that's it?
When we offered Colleen her merit pay, the taxpayers paid 26 or 62 cents into the full budget, because all this is budgeted into the year.
It's already in the
And
budget,
it costs
yes.
taxpayers literal cents. So why would we deny employees who have performed excellently to save taxpayers?
I think it
literal
might
cents?
also, with all due respect, Madam Chair, it might also be challenging to keep these employees, because currently there are jobs right now that are paying more than our starting salary for some of our non-MLS positions right now, and who also are offering different benefits. So I think we just need to look at how do we, because I've been asked a number of times by this board, how do I retain and keep our employees? And I think we stand out by offering this great option to our employees, the admin time, the merit increase. I think, and I understand that not all town departments in this town do that. I completely understand that. But I think we have to continue to look at, do we want great employees who really want to work here and want to stay here and want to do the job and will know that they recognize how hard I'm working. They recognize how many times I've stayed here and worked extra, and that's being recognized, and I appreciate that. And so I would stay, kind of thing. I think we just have to think about the employees, and I have to think about my employees and how can I keep them, because they're all fantastic and I want to keep them. And
You know
I think
what?
presenting this does present some challenges to that.
Okay, again, I can understand the way, as an employer,
Mm-hmm.
I have always felt that, I felt the same way you feel today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you.
And I'm not saying, what I'm saying is, I'm trying to adhere to instructions I was given, but,
I understand that.
but, this is all gonna be looked at by the lawyer.
Okay.
Okay, we're not gonna we don't necessarily want to do this, but by the same token, we do have, okay, and we have the right to say we're not following what the town does, but we also have a responsibility to the taxpayers, okay? So what we need to do, I need to get guidance from Hannah, I need to talk again with Sean, and we need to reach a fair medium where we're taking care of our employees and honoring them with things like that. But we're still respecting our taxpayers that are struggling.
I absolutely understand that, and I think by respecting our taxpayers, we're also offering them very high level of service that this represents.
Yes, I agree with you.
And I do have concerns, because I'm concerned about if there was a change to this, which certainly the board, and if Hannah agrees, you already have presented this lump sum option to an employee already in this fiscal year. I'm concerned, and this would be an excellent question for the lawyer, if you were to take this out, how would that affect other employees that are potentially earning that lump sum? Could there be litigation coming, if that's the case?
Absolutely, that would be
I think that
one
would
of
be
the
a good
questions.
question.
Yeah,
Like,
oh,
Madam
definitely,
Chair.
you know. Jan?
Okay, I understand what you were just saying then, but of course, the illegal part of the meeting that had that out in public, and did that, and supposedly gave that money at that time, which is not what really happened, but which did happen. That already is an issue anyway. But
Jan, with all due respect, that money was given, whether it was good, that could have happened in non-public or public. If she would have gotten that full increase, I would be concerned about other employees going forward, whether that was a non-public or public. If you were to say, yes, you get that lump sum, wherever that happened, I still think it has to be fair for other employees. I would think, because that's public record. An employee could actually ask, did that person get their lump sum? We would have to answer yes or no, and then give that to them. So I don't think it matters whether that particular instinct happened in public or non-public. I think it matters whether the fairness is how I look at it for other employees going forward. So if there were to be a change, I don't know if you'd be able to adopt this until next year, is the other thing I'm saying.
And again, Hannah will point that out.
Absolutely.
So can I please make a statement?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
And I respect what you're saying, but I disagree with you, but that's all right.
Okay.
The part that's supposed to be, that supposedly is being dealt with here is the part about whether people are exempt or not exempt. That's the big thing to ask Hannah, and how to handle that. The problem is the check portion, in fact, does increase the salary, because the check portion is considered salary, because if it's being given as a merit, it's part of their salary. But if they've already reached the level, the top level for that position, that's the issue. So are we just skirting around the top of their salary range? And yes, that's exactly what we're doing. But it's happening in some way that may or may not be legally happening. That's the point. And if it was a business example, a business would be given X amount of money, and they would have to take this amount of money and spread it out based on employee evaluation. So everybody wouldn't get a 3 or a 3, they wouldn't get the 3 raise or the 3.5 raise. There would be an adjustment. Yes, okay, I have got four real go-getters, they're gonna get the most, and then other people are gonna get less than that. But it'll be adjusted, it's not just, oh, everybody gets this, so we put that in the budget. So, that is the kind of thing that, it's about whether it's, ethical to, be hiding additional salary being paid to people who have gotten to the top of their, because that's in essence what's happening. And I understand why it's happening, I'm just saying that's what's happening, and that was what the adjustment here was meant to remove. So whether we agree it should be removed or not, that's what the background is.
May I clarify, it's not hidden anywhere, it's an
Yeah.
overclassification merit award,
Check that word.
and it's in the policy, so if you read the policy and you can see the, what, on the page 8 has the overclassification max rate.
But again,
I'm just,
yeah,
Jan
no,
was saying
I
she
do appreciate you saying that, but
said that's
again,
hidden, but it's
we
not.
would be, this would be removing it would be changing the policy to remove the practice, okay?
Totally fine, I'm just saying, it's not hidden, it's written
Yes,
clearly
it's
in the
obvious,
policy.
yeah, it's right up front.
That's all I was saying.
Yes.
And it's just hidden from the standpoint that they don't know that additional money is being paid out in addition to salary, that's all.
It's still in the salary.
And
line.
again, I'm gonna point out, because now you come to us, we never heard before, so we were surprised that checks were going out, okay? And so, but now you're coming to us and asking about the merit checks, okay? So,
No, I'm just, what I'm saying is it's been in the policy for the last,
Way before me. I don't
for a
know.
very long time, it's been in the
Oh,
policy.
yeah.
And what I'm saying is it's not new in the policy, it's been in the policy, so you guys should all have read it because it's been updated several times, so it wasn't a hidden figure. In our salaries, it goes into the salary, yes, it is in the salary line, that's what it's paid out of as part of your weekly check. It is not a separate check, it is listed there, and in the town annual report where our salaries are listed, it is included in that amount as well. I'm just sharing that information.
okay,
So I just wanted to say very quickly, I mean, of course we have to be mindful of the taxpayers, but I think that, you know, in an effort to quote, save the taxpayers' dollars, we could actually, in the long run, end up costing them dollars. Because hiring and training staff is really expensive. And so I just want us to be mindful that when we have great performers, if we don't take care of them, Madam Chair, they're gonna leave. And then we have to hire and start all over again. That's item number 1. Item number 2, I think it's smart to build your bench. So as people get experience and kind of move up the ladder, when someone leaves to go elsewhere, it makes perfect business sense. We talk about running the library as a business, to have someone on the bench kind of waiting in the wings to slide into that position. So I fear that if we do not reward our people, or we reward them simply with COLA, eventually they're going to leave. That's all I wanted to say.
okay, I understand that. The one thing, oh, what, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I just wanted to clarify for the record, I looked it up, it is 26 cents that residents pay a year in their taxes for those merit increases. And reminding people, all of that merit is built into the budget as if everybody was earning it, but not everyone
Everybody
earns
gets
their
it,
full
that's right.
potential.
That is true.
It is just an as if, and I think I was gonna say something else, but, you know, if 26 cents, you know, is what we're paying for these excellent people, if we're trying to save the taxpayers' money, we might wanna consider how long do we spend hemming and hawing over really incidental things, because we are paying Erin and Megan to be here to talk about 26 cents, and it's almost 10 o'clock, and, you know, we wanna think about like moving things along and not making a big deal out of 26 cents.
Jen?
Okay, it's not the 26 cents, it's whether it's legal or not legal to do that. That's the question, and that's, I guess, why we're
That's why
gonna
we're
ask
going to Hannah,
Hannah
yeah,
about that.
yep.
I'm I'm wondering if we should, suggestion,
I was gonna
table
say,
it, or
table
just send
this
everything to
and get-
Hannah
Get on to,
and
get
move
on.
on to other things.
Because
That's my
we're not gonna,
suggestion.
yeah, I mean, this is important. This
I
is
believe
too
it, but-
important to try to rush through it tonight.
Liz, can I
You know,
ask-
we need to get Hannah to look at it, to sit down with us and talk about it,
Sure.
okay?
Yep, Beth,
So we're
that's
gonna
one more
table,
thing.
yeah.
Just to save money, so we're not going back and forth with, legal counsel, can you share with the board what you're gonna present Hannah as questions? So that if we feel like one of the questions kind of misses a point or whatever, we can all kind of have eyes on it, just to make sure that is genuinely what we're asking, or was there something that we, also as part of that had a question about, just so we're not missing anything?
What, yes,
And have
what
it-
I would do is I would give her the existing policy,
Yeah.
the suggested policy, and also explain that the concern is that there's established practices, and that she needs to determine the legality of changing the policy with the practice in mind. That's, I think, the clearest way I could say that. Does that make sense, everyone?
Yeah, as long as we have a chance to review it to make sure, like, oh, actually, that wasn't the point I was trying to make, like, just to make sure that she's answering the question, so we don't have to have more questions again in
Yeah.
September.
Okay, so, but we're talking about the entire, this, or are we talking about sections 8, 9, and 10?
I think the whole thing has to go to her.
Didn't we already vote not to do that?
On the personnel policy, to go to the attorney, not that I'm aware of.
No, that was something else.
No, you're talking, didn't we vote on that, on the bylaws?
No, the bylaws,
Oh,
I think,
We voted on one specific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh,
We
yeah.
said we
It was
weren't gonna go to
just-
the attorney on the bylaws, you're right,
The only thing
Christine,
people
but
voted
not on
no
the
on was-
personnel policy. And I think that's why and her specialty is personnel. So, you know, she would be the proper source to go to. Okay?
Well-
Yes.
I didn't know. You
Oh,
were.
Jim.
So, Madam Chair, I have reservations about us just saying we're gonna just send, a 15-page document.
know.
And expect this lady to go through the whole policy, when what it sounds like we really need
We
to
need to
focus
point
on
on
is section
segments.
8, 9, and 10, which is
Yeah.
all that red stuff. And if there's not a whole lot of other red stuff, we're not changing that. And then the insurance stuff at 20 is the stuff.
Oh, that we wouldn't even,
The
wouldn't
stuff
even, yeah.
at 20 is what comes from the town for
Yeah.
the insurance. So
May
it's
I-
really this section that seems to be the big sections.
Then maybe I make a suggestion that we only submit at this time 8, 9, and 10, but I would give the board a week before I submit it to look at if there's any other, from your perspective as a board member, is there another piece that you want looked at the same time?
That's fine, because I have
Okay,
several
you
pieces
have
that
a
I would
week.
like to have looked at.
Yeah, exactly, okay? Yes,
I make a motion that we submit sections 8, 9, and 10 of the personnel policy to the attorney for review.
Second.
okay,
As long as we have the opportunity to submit others if we choose to, correct?
That's fine.
Okay, I would agree with that.
oh, so are we making an amendment to that now,
I can
or?
amend that,
With the new
I,
separate votes.
Go ahead.
would you-
I mean, I would support that with the amendment, that the caveat that if there are other pieces of this policy that we want submitted, that we have the ability to submit them.
That the board,
And I
the board
guess-
can decide to submit.
Yeah,
them.
and I guess what I'd like to see is that we have 1 week to Grace to look at
That's
to
fine.
Grace and make a determination.
Because
And
quite-
then once we
right.
submit whatever, that's it,
I
yeah.
mean, I'm not even sure that some of this other stuff in our evaluation, I'm not even sure that this is quote unquote considered to be legal either. I just want her to review
Yeah.
all of it, because I think that we are opening ourselves up for a lot of problems.
Well, when you say
Well,
all of
10
it,
is the evaluation section, right?
this could be an extremely busy,
Well-
expensive.
Well, if we're gonna do it, we gotta get it right, don't we?
I would
Make it-
just suggest to add section 4 at minimum where the definitions, if you're going to be changing things for definitions, that we had asked for some definitions to be placed in. So maybe add that into your list that you will send. Definitions of exempt, non-exempt, and salary.
That thing.
To bring to the lawyer, in addition to 8, 9, and 10,
Yeah,
bring
both of them.
section 4 as well.
On section 4, what are you talking about specifically, Rick?
Exempt, non-exempt, and salary.
Well, we were talking about adding definitions for exempt, non-exempt, and salaried. So just include section 4 as the review for the lawyer, just to make sure that we're stating those things
Okay.
correctly, defining them correctly, I guess.
Okay,
That was just a
and would you
suggestion.
put that in an email and send it to me, please, so we can?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
Just for the record, so I understand that Hannah is our new lawyer, that's completely
Yeah.
acceptable. But as I had mentioned to the board, for a record, we did have Liz Bailey, the town attorney, look at this policy in 2024, specifically in June. And revisions were made after her looking at it. So I don't think there was anything necessarily illegal. However, I certainly would entertain another lawyer's perspective on this policy. But it has previously been reviewed by a lawyer. I just want to make sure that people understand that.
And I think that I would feel more comfortable going to Sean and asking him if the town lawyer could look at it first, rather than, if
That's
the town
certainly the
lawyer
board's
might be able to, we'd save a lot of money if we're able to do that. So I think I would suggest that before we go to Hannah, that, that we actually see if we can have the town lawyer. But then what we have to do is draft up the new proposed and then give her both, the proposed and the current, and have it determine, if we're even allowed to use her, to determine, if everything is legal.
I feel like we're in a very deep hole right now.
Huh?
I feel like we're in a deep hole. We're getting
Yeah.
deeper and deeper and deeper, and I can't get out.
Well, I mean, this
Well,
is probably the most important
No,
thing
yeah,
right now.
no,
is
I
your
totally agree.
employees.
So are we gonna then,
Yeah.
should we repeal the motion and use
Yeah,
the
we
name of
haven't
the town?
voted on it yet.
No, we haven't,
Yeah,
so I
we
don't
haven't
know if
voted on it yet.
But-
Yes,
Hannah, is a version of the town, I mean, we're still talking
Right.
apples and apples, so,
Correct.
so whether you have the person who's here or the person who's here, they're both considered town, that firm is considered, town employees from the standpoint, not employees, but town, attorney, because the town would be paying the bill. So they both are not working for the town, but they review the documents, would be probably the same cost regardless. So I don't think you're gonna save more by going one set of lawyers versus the other. So
okay,
that's all.
so you're saying that the town lawyer is not the town lawyer? She does not work for the town, she
not
works
a
for
town
an
employee.
agency?
She's not a town employee.
Yeah, she's not a town employee.
Correct.
Okay,
That's all.
Okay. Should we vote on Moira's and Nancy's amendment, or?
If we're going to get a legal opinion on the bulk of this document, then I would retract my amendment.
I guess it's all, if what you're saying is so, then we're gonna pay either way.
Of course.
So, why not stick with our own lawyer that we've now been given, and she's an expert in this field, and we'll be working with her further down the road, so maybe we
My
should
question would
just,
be, if we're not gonna send it to her, why do we have her?
yeah, and she may feel like, oh, if you're going to other attorneys, why do I?
Why do you have me?
Why am I support, yeah.
Right.
True.
So I think maybe we should, go ahead, Jan.
Well, my understanding is the reason we had her was to deal with any policies, concerns that staff, the public had versus whatever was going on before. So it wasn't to just say, okay, let's go to this lady every time we have something. So I don't have any problem with us sending it, but I would like us to be specific about what we're sending. If we're sending the whole thing, I think, a
Yeah.
20-some page document's a lot
Yeah.
to send somebody.
I just said I would withdraw my motion, my amendment.
Yes, yeah.
So the motion is to send
8,
our
9, and
attorney
10.
8, 9, and 10.
Yes.
So I withdrawn my
Yes.
amendment, so I'm ready to vote.
Okay,
And four, right?
I think it was
And
4 was included, the
Okay,
definitions.
that was just a suggestion.
Would you include 4?
I
How
can
big is
include
it?
4. I think it's actually pretty cut and dry because non-exempt is supposed to be like minimum wage workers. It's meant to protect them.
well, you know what we can do? We don't have to give her section 4. We would ask, what is the definition of non-exempt? We would ask, what's the definition of those
Just to get clarity.
classes?
For clarification, that's all, if you were gonna
Yeah,
filter anyway.
so
or
that's
just,
all
like,
we
talk
need to
about
do is get, if we're gonna put something in the policy, let's say it right.
Sure.
So what we'll do
Absolutely.
is we're gonna give those 3 sections plus the definition of the 2 or 3 terms we have, okay?
That's very reasonable.
Does that work on you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
It does.
that's your amendment.
Can I make
Yeah.
a suggestion that
Yeah.
maybe the section that you want to add into section 4 is
Yeah.
maybe contact the attorney at the New Hampshire Municipal Association, so we don't have to pay for it?
Yeah, we can get, I'll call them, what is tomorrow? Yeah, I'm still in the States.
Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll contact them tomorrow and see or maybe Maura will. She has better choice. They never talk to me. They talk to Maura all the time. Someone will contact them and ask them the definition of those 3. And then the policy itself, those 3 sections, we'll send to Hannah. Does that work with everyone here? Okay,
We
Christine, thank
we
you
need
for
to
that,
vote.
okay?
We need to vote.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't need to vote.
So let's, one last time, state your motion, please.
Mhm.
Oh, Morris,
My
Morris,
motion was that we send sections 8, 9, and 10 of the personnel policy for review by the DW, the Drummond and Woodson attorney.
And I seconded.
okay, roll call.
Yes, Nancy Hendricks.
Yes, Helen Palmieri.
Yes, Liz Thomas.
Yes, Beth Morocco.
Yes, Jan McLaughlin.
Yes, Maura Ryan.
Christine,
Fitzgerald.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
what? Yes?
I said yes. Yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, all right. Where are we going with this? So, I mean, it's 10 o'clock at night, okay?
We
It's
do,
not gonna get, yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I like, were you mentioning where we're going with the rest of the agenda or just the specific policy?
No, I mean,
I cut you off,
if
so
we
that's my
defer
fault.
this and move on to some other
Yes.
things,
Yes.
is what I'm suggesting.
Okay,
Since
Thank
we're
you.
gonna wait for legal counsel anyway, is everyone happy with that?
That's fine.
Okay, because I think there's some important things we need to get to, so, is this your copy? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go, dear, thank you
Okay.
for sharing.
Yep.
Okay,
Okay.
back to the agenda, okay, so, again, the bylaws is deferred and the, but we're getting closer, I
getting
think. And the personnel and those are really 2 important things, so, we shouldn't just rush through them, okay? So, next thing, we're going to new business, right?
nope, we
Oh,
have to
no.
do the
Oh.
postings.
Draft job, oh yeah, the postings, okay, oh boy, okay. Let's talk about,
I believe the children's one is the first one?
yep. And, again, we, hang on. We have had some discussions with Mr. McMullen, and he has sent back, the question was the prorating over a period of time as, say, 37 weeks as opposed to 52 weeks, okay? And what he has said, hang on. This is not my stuff, okay. I apologize, just give me a minute, okay? Basically, what he said is that, oh, here it is. We talked about if a new employee is hired and a position is granted by a warrant article, okay? Can a supervisor delay the job placement by several weeks and then set the pay to average out the weekly amount for, say, 36 or 24 weeks as opposed to 52? Okay, that was the question. Therefore, increasing their weekly earnings while still staying within the bounds of the salary dollars awarded by the warrant. And his answer was, the simple answer is the supervisor cannot make this decision. In the case of town positions, the town manager does have that authority, okay? What he's saying is the manager has the authority, not the immediate supervisor, okay? Because the voters may rationally look at the dollar amount of a warrant article that funds a position of, say, 10 months and extrapolate the cost over a full 12 months, the gauge would be ongoing more money to the following year. So what he's saying is the voter is voting, this is an average of how much we want to pay for this for a year, okay? And so, but if you now pay them that much money in 36 weeks, now the voters now have to pay that percentage higher, okay, for the difference between 36 and 52 weeks. So he's saying it's not rational to do it that way, because you're basically, you're deceiving the town, because they voted on spending an amount of money, and now you're going to force that salary up to more money next year.
May I?
Yes.
During our subcommittee meeting, you said it's an accepted practice of the town. You checked with town hall, and that was fine how we did it.
No,
So
I checked with the budget committee.
Okay, so this is different than that then?
Huh?
So
This is different information then?
Yeah, this is from the town manager. That
Okay.
was a committee, the budget committee, okay?
Okay.
right.
So how does this affect what we worked hard on to change for this?
Well, what it would affect is you need to change the dollar value or the hours is what it affects.
When
And-
did you get this information from?
When
Sean?
I emailed him on, hang on. Let me find the date. It's right here. This was an ongoing conversation, and
Only because we had that working group, right, a couple.
that was,
weeks ago,
it was
right?
like in the less than a week that I
Okay.
got that information. It was recent, okay? And
So maybe if we had known, we could have done something.
yeah, we would not know. Well, I was shocked because when Patrick Elazam on the budget committee said, that's the way it's done, and that's okay. And then the question was asked of Sean, and the answer came back that, no, that's not okay. You're deceiving the taxpayers. Okay, so what it means is that what you have to do is figure out that dollar amount is good for 12 months, okay, 52 weeks. So what you have to figure it out is where in your budget, where you hire that person, how many you basically hire them, you have to adjust the salary so that it would fit next year again, that you could get 12 months of work out of them instead of the 6 months or 8 months that you're getting out of them now for the same amount of money, because you're now forcing the budget up.
So I guess my question is, so you have that in writing, would you mind sharing that with me?
Oh yeah,
Susan?
absolutely.
And then I guess my overall question is, how do we move forward? Because I'm
Okay.
struggling.
We need
with-
to fill this.
Right,
Basically,
exactly.
we need to fill it. Basically, right now, I would say you have to either lower the amount of hours or lower the amount of pay to fit that guideline.
It was 36,310, right? Or
32,310.
32,310.
32,310.
So it'd be 23 hours roughly. At 26.89.
For
Yeah,
a
because
full
if you
year?
want to probably keep the same salary,
Well, it's part of this salary, it's the lowest part of this pay scale, which is what we went over before. So we can't give them less money per an hour because it's part of this pay scale, for the salary range, so it has to
you
be
give them less
hours.
hours. Yeah, you have to give them less hours then.
I'm sorry, Laura, what hours did you say?
23.
Thank you.
And again, does that pay scale say a part-time?
Oh, it's,
The pay scale is just the amount you get paid per hour. Whether you work 2 hours or 75, you get that same pay.
Okay.
So it does
Then
not,
you're
it does
saying-
not
So
signify to
then
part
we're
or
saying,
full-time.
okay, I understand. Then
So-
we're locked into that money, that dollars, so you're gonna have to
Right.
adjust the hours.
I'm not deducting for benefit calculation either with that.
I'm sorry, what?
I said I'm not deducting for benefit calculation with that either, that's just straight.
They don't get benefits, they're part-time.
it's time off and stuff, what they,
Oh.
but they get the.
But, 1 minute. You're saying they don't get benefits.
Okay,
Vacation,
I just wanna clarify
For
what,
money.
in all my years of working, benefit is health insurance and dental. If I
in New Hampshire,
Excuse
it's
me, Richard,
absolutely
I'm
not.
explaining what my knowledge is, okay?
Okay.
I expect your respect, please.
No, go ahead. Please finish.
To my knowledge and my training, benefits have always been medical,
You guys make
dental.
comments too.
I'm asking him to be quiet.
So,
1 minute, I'm sorry, I'm listening to you.
And to my experience, benefits have always been dental, medical, of that nature.
Okay,
They have never been tied in with vacation and earn, things that you earn. You earn your vacation.
okay.
You earn your sick. So they've never been, into my knowledge. If the board, if the understanding of the board is that benefits speaks to more than that, that's fine. I just need clarification, because all the other job postings I have posted with this board prior to these two positions have always said that. And you guys have approved every single one of them. So it is challenging for me to literally present the same exact posting to the board, and then all of a sudden I'm adding things that weren't added. That's the same exact posting that the board approved when we hired another part-time technician. This board approved that posting. So, and it said benefits, meaning the sick and vacation and stuff. It never said anything medical. So I just want to clarify, that
Okay.
is my understanding. If the board wants different, that is absolutely fine, and I will adjust, and we will make the adjustments as we have to these documents. I believe we've made adjustments as to say prorated paid time off. We've made those adjustments to not say benefits. I'm fine with that, but do understand that the board has approved positions that have said benefits in the past. So it wasn't me being sneaky, it was me understanding
No.
that we all had that same
Yeah.
understanding.
And again, we didn't actually look at these things in the past, probably, until we started looking at the RSAs, okay? And Nick, you're amused, I know, but I'm telling you, okay?
So
If you
is the-
open up right now, you go to the New Hampshire Labor, okay, Department of Labor, and if you go there, and they list benefits. The first thing they list is, in New Hampshire, no employer has to give benefits, okay?
I understand that.
Okay? The next thing they say, what are benefits? And they list sick time, holidays, vacation. They're right in the list. They are listed in New Hampshire. Those are considered benefits, okay?
Okay.
And
I'm glad that we're clarifying this, so going forward,
Yeah.
because again, there was no ill intent on my end
No, I know
to
there
include
wasn't.
the word benefits. That is how we have posted those positions way prior to me.
Yeah.
That is how they were posted.
And again,
So just
It's-
to get clarity.
yeah, again, now that we know what benefits are, okay, we need to establish what they are and how we're going to, what they get offered, because the RSA says benefits, only the board can approve of benefits, okay? But what I'll do is, I need that you wanna see that letter from, the email stream from Sean.
Mhm.
I'm also gonna give you the street from the, cause I have it photocopied, from the New Hampshire, Employment Agency, okay? So
Can
I'll
I-
point out that, yeah,
Can I offer, as in the honor of moving forward,
yeah,
that we allow me to post this position at the 26.89 rate, as we've discussed, we can't change that, at the 22.5 hours per week instead of the 30, in order to come to that amount. Is that acceptable by the board? So we don't have to revisit this at another meeting. If I make
can we
those
just
adjustments.
make it just 22 hours? Only because What are you talking about, a half an hour later?
Half an hour.
I think
I mean, if you wanna
I
do
think
it
it's an
22 and a
average,
half,
Can we make
that's
it,
fine.
can we make it
I
23?
don't care, I don't care. No, we'll keep it at 22.5, okay? I just
Okay.
thought it was confusing with the 0.5.
Well,
you know?
I mean,
Oh,
to
I
be
was-
honest, I've always advocated that I need this position for 40. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that 22.5 if
Okay.
you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all.
Sometimes it's very important.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
know, that's why I wanna get this going, okay?
So, do we need to make a motion to approve this position at that 22.5?
Okay, we
And does
need to-
everybody approve the posting and job description that's present?
That's the other thing we need to talk about now
Okay.
is the benefits on it, okay? So let me pull up that posting.
The job description or the posting?
The posting is, I think, what we're talking about, not the job description.
Okay.
Yeah, hang on,
So, and I'm just gonna relate that,
go ahead.
I reached out to Tara Koza, Human Resources Director of the town. She suggested, she said, oh, it's a good question, it can get messed up, that this part-time position is eligible for paid time off, including vacation, sick, and holiday pay. However, it is not eligible for enrollment in the town's insurance plan, medical, dental, disability, and life, nor participation in New Hampshire retirement system, so that it's clear.
I think
Okay.
at the meeting, you did not approve of that.
No, you know what?
But
Okay, if you look at
that's
it,
why it wasn't in this
where
posting.
it's a warrant article, okay?
This is,
In the warrant, this
Which
is a
one are you
warrant
talking
article,
about?
correct?
I think we're talking about the children's librarian,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, I'm looking at the.
Okay, that's what I
That's
thought,
a warrant-
okay.
It wasn't that was a
I just
warrant
panicked for a
article.
I
second.
turned one
That was
page
a
too
warrant
many.
article.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
okay.
It
In
just
the-
got very confusing.
And
for
so, when you posted it, it said that it does not include, medical and retirement, correct? And that's how it's stated.
I
Yes.
have to look at it again, so.
Yeah,
I'm just
I mean,
looking at it.
I know it is, but yeah, but that's what it does say, okay?
in the arts, in
The implication for that is that it does include other benefits, okay? By saying it doesn't include this, the implication is, but it will include those,
Mhm.
okay?
So then why is Tara's statement not okay?
Tara's statement's fine,
Okay,
I would think.
I would think so too, because it's very clearly, it doesn't call those things benefits, okay?
They cost the taxpayers nothing.
And that it defines what benefits it does not receive.
Yes, yeah, no, it doesn't mean the others aren't benefits. It's just saying that the benefits it doesn't get, and that's what I'm saying. So the implication to anyone who is reading that would be they get the other benefits, correct?
Right.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna tell you truthfully, it goes against what the RSA said, because now, by that posting, it has stripped the board of the power to issue benefits, which is what the RSA says, okay? But by the same token, I feel that at this point, my opinion is, because it was offered at that we should be honoring that, is what I'm saying, okay? What I'm saying is the next time round, I would not put those words on a job posting. Because the implication is absolutely, if you say you're not gonna get medical and you're not gonna get retirement, your expectation is you're gonna get everything else, and so by doing
So,
that,
I guess going back to what the statement that Tara
Yeah.
put, is that acceptable to put on? Because we can put that on.
I don't understand.
no, what's the statement that she said? No, because it's the same thing, I think, go ahead.
Okay, I
I can read it, and
Yeah.
I have it too. Do you want me to read it?
Sure.
Okay. The part-time position this part-time position is eligible for paid time off, including vacation, sick, and holiday pay. However, it is not eligible for enrollment in the town's insurance plans, medical, dental, disability, and life, nor for participation in the New Hampshire retirement system. To me, as a manager, that's very clear.
Oh, no, it
to
is.
someone who is applying that says, oh, I get this, but I don't get that. So,
But, again, unless the board approves of that, giving them the other benefits, you wouldn't use that on the posting, okay?
Personnel policy, that they get those things?
but
And we didn't approve it for this one.
I'm sorry, what?
no,
And we did not approve it for this position.
That's what we're talking about.
No, we didn't, well, we're talking, hun,
Position still
about
hasn't been
the,
posted, so.
no,
How can,
we're talking about the children's, and because,
how can we move
Be-
forward?
I am aware.
yeah, but because,
We didn't approve any, benefits. We didn't approve vacation time or sick time.
yeah, the problem is, the reason, the wording, when they put in the wording, it won't include, you know, the retirement and the medical. The implication is everything else is up for grabs, that it would include it. Does that make sense to you, or do you disagree with that?
I disagree with it.
Okay, Jan?
Jen?
Okay, so I would like to make a motion, that we, make a change to the posting, I guess that's the shorter one, right? That, just assign to a 22.5, or you can say 22, whatever you wanna do. So that comes in under the 32,310, for 52 weeks. And that, because we've had a variety of discussions, that we leave the, benefits as they are, but that does not preclude us from removing them for some other, some other person in the future that gets,
We
that's
wouldn't
elected.
use that terminology.
Right.
Yeah, we wouldn't use that terminology. What we're saying is, we're going to post it with the hours that you've reduced, but still, they're gonna end up getting the benefits, okay, is what we're saying.
Okay.
I just wanna clarify, I brought up the Warren article and it specifically says, the position will not be eligible for insurance or part of the New Hampshire retirement system. It doesn't say anything about benefits, it specifically says that, so that the holiday, vacation and sick time
So-
are fine, because they weren't.
I guess it's not, I mean, we then don't have to give benefits, when you
No,
look
what
at
I'm
it.
saying is you're saying it had said it wasn't eligible for benefits, what I'm saying is it specifically
point of
said
order?
in short.
One minute, I
I
got
just
too
need
much,
to clarify my thought. I had-
let her finish her thing.
What you had
What was your
said-
interpretation?
What I'm saying is, you said it was posted without benefits, that's not what it said, it was not eligible for insurance or retirement system, so it would be eligible for holiday vacation and sick time, because it didn't mention benefits, it mentions those two specific benefits.
I explicitly said, because of the wording, it is assumed that everything else is included, so that therefore, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
You're
it feels
just
like you guys
repeating
are-
what I just
I
said.
think you're agreeing.
Yeah, you're just,
I
yeah,
would
you're
also-
repeating what I said.
I just wanna also mention that it is in the personnel policy, so when you guys approved the last personnel policy, you approved those benefits. It does say right here, under regular part-time employees, that that are normally assigned, receive prorated fringe benefits for their normal hours worked. So, I know that you guys said you didn't approve the posting, but it's in the policy that you approved. So, I don't think I still did anything wrong by putting it in the posting.
She didn't. Jan,
Okay.
I'll get to
So,
right away.
I was trying to make a motion so we could move on. That's all I'm just trying to do. So I'll reiterate the motion.
Yes, please, let's start with that.
I make a motion that,
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Go
ahead.
We know where you're going and we know where we're going. Maura, I wanna hear where you're going first. What was your statement?
I'm okay with Jan's motion to do the 22.5 hours. I just wanted to explain that if we're going to give those benefits like the vacation time, those all have to be encompassed by the $32,310, which is why finance is going to say you can't exceed that amount, which is why we're trying to figure out how to do it and not exceed the $32,310. But that being said, I second Jan's motion. I agree with it. Call the question. Let's vote.
Okay, but now you.
So the question is,
Yeah.
not the question, the motion is that we approve the Leach Library part-time children's librarian as written, except for, we change under work schedule, 20 to 22.5 instead of 30 hours. And, that, the rest of it just remains the way it is. And you second that?
I second that.
Can we have a point first on that?
Hmm?
Do you understand?
Can I just clarify?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
That will include benefits?
It will include prorated benefits.
Prorated benefits.
The same posting that's in your packet is exactly what it would say. Is that correct, Jim? Is that,
Yes,
okay.
but it does not preclude us, if there's another position that comes up, it doesn't preclude us from changing that, because that is something that trustees can change, as to whether positions are
We just can't use
permanent
that,
or
yeah.
full-time or whatever.
We can't, yeah. The problem is also with the motion, we're absorbing the cost of the benefits and stuff, okay? Cause that motion
But there's no
will
cost.
cover.
There's no cost to those.
There's no cost.
There's
It's
no cost.
included,
That is a cost.
There is a cost.
but it's included in the salary. There will be no additional cost because they get vacation, holiday, and sick.
So they get paid.
Well,
their
there's a
regular
cost for
hours.
that. They work hourly, so
Not
they're
in
paid for
addition to
8
their
hours.
work.
There
It's
is-
not gonna be in addition to what
No,
their
you're
normal hours
saying-
are.
Right, it's inclusive of the 32.
It is
number.
included in the 32,000.
It's not gonna go over.
So,
Only if we gave them more hours would they go over.
Yeah.
But they're only gonna get the 22.5.
So there's
call the
no.
question.
How
Okay,
do we know how much sick time they're gonna use?
It's prorated. They have to earn it before they can take it.
And it's
Does
all
that
part
make
of,
sense?
it's all part of the probation period.
It is all part of the probation period. It's all part of the policy. It's in the personnel policy how one earns the sick time.
do you have any other questions, Christine?
No.
Okay, well,
I
we
wasn't
have a
sure if you could
motion.
make
I think we need to take a vote on the motion. Nancy?
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Helen Palmieri, yes.
Liz Thomas, yes.
Beth Marco, yes.
Jan McLaughlin, yes.
Maura Ryan, yes.
Christine
Vote.
Fitzgerald, no.
Okay, so it was 6-1.
What
Motion passed no. You
Oh.
said no, right?
can we ask
Yeah.
why she voted no?
Yeah.
Just for clarity?
Would you share with us? Because I think it's probably my concern too that it's gonna cost the town something, but go ahead. What was,
It's just, you're, I feel like we're lining ourselves up for yet another precedent because, well, you did it for this employee, so you're gonna have, now we should do it for another employee.
But it was
We're
already
voting
precedent
on
because they already got that.
benefits for this position, so I don't think we should be putting it in.
Okay, let's move on.
okay,
Hold on,
yeah, we
okay.
just wanted to know.
Okay,
Okay,
senior
well, the
library
motion
assistant.
passed, okay? So,
Okay.
you,
So I am now, just to clarify,
Yes, go
I am
ahead.
going to be posting this position
yes,
with those changes, the 22.5, and I've been given permission to post this position tomorrow.
Yes.
So we
does
voted for
everyone
that.
agree with that?
Yes.
Yep,
Okay, thank
that's
you.
what the
We did
motion.
that
I'm not
on
gonna get-
7.
I'm not gonna get in trouble.
You're taking that one, right? That's a win, honey.
I'm gonna,
right.
I'm going to.
Yes, Maura.
So I just wanna point out that it does say regular part-time employees that are normally assigned less than 18 hours, shall not receive fringe benefits other than those mandated by law. And then the other part-time employees may receive prorated fringe benefits for their normal hours worked at the sole discretion of the Board of Trustees or otherwise mandated by law. So we do have the
So
power to
we're
give
within
that.
the law.
Yeah.
The
We're
sole
within our law
discretion
to
of-
do
yes.
that, okay? Good, thank you. Makes me feel better. Okay, you have another posting?
Yes, this is for the Leach Library Senior Library Assistant. I would like to say that this position was originally the part-time library technician. This is still part-time, however, in meeting with our subcommittee, there was I think it was you that brought up
Yes,
to changing it to the, well, actually, no, Megan had the idea of the senior library assistant, at the hourly pay, at your recommendation, Liz, to the 2214. So this job description did change from the library technician. And Megan, do you want to speak to that because you had updated it with, you have experience with this position?
So, the major duties and responsibilities have been updated to coincide with the responsibilities that are in between a library assistant and a library technician, so that they may assist with programming, but they cannot facilitate programming because a library assistant cannot assist with programming at all. So this does includes that. They can check materials, but they cannot process. They can assist with some other work. So it's like a happy medium.
It's a hybrid.
It's a hybrid.
It's a
basically.
hybrid,
They can do
and-
some of the work, but
yeah.
not all of the work.
And Erin's concerns were that the position we were suggesting was not going to meet her needs, the library needs, and she assured us that if we changed it to this, that it would meet the library needs because no one else has that title, so they can't say, oh, you can't give that, that
Well, yeah,
job
there
to
wouldn't be
someone.
any conflict with the,
Yeah.
because this position currently does not exist in the library.
Yeah, correct.
So pay would not be any conflict.
Yes.
And we were able to make the adjustments, with Megan's help, to make it so that we can meet some of those needs that I was hoping
Yeah.
for with the technician. So yes, this was a
Yeah.
a compromise, certainly.
Okay, that's talking now dollars, okay? And again, we only negotiated that, and I was very clear that the board would have to vote on it,
Yes,
okay? 'Cause
absolutely.
I'm not, taking away the board's right at all.
It was simply a
To
suggestion.
agree with that,
Mhm.
yes, and we came up with that
Right.
compromise,
So that is the suggestion that.
which Megan, you were great in creating
Yes,
that
thank you.
idea,
Absolutely. So that's
have a
what we
new
put this
position.
together with the
Yeah.
suggested pay rate, and then the suggested pay rate was added to the salary range.
Which you all have.
Yeah.
So that, because it wasn't there before, so it was added at that, pay rate with the $2 more than the assistant, on both the minimum and maximum, and then the minimum yearly and maximum based on the 40-hour week.
Okay, I guess the next thing obviously is terms. We have to talk about terms, okay, because we need to vote on what this job will entail for terms.
Terms?
Just talking about benefits and
Are you
whatnot.
talking about benefits?
Benefits, yeah.
Oh my gosh, here we go again. So,
Amen, Jan.
I didn't want
Sorry.
to. I didn't want to use the dirty word
okay,
benefits.
so, I understand that, we have, concerns about it, especially since several times we've had, the statement of it's a benefited position, it's not a benefited position. I think that we need to get this position posted, and I would like to have us do this. I think the senior library assistant is a good compromise as far as the lowering the beginning salary. So it's the beginning of a new range in the salary scale level, so that it actually, because the original idea was to change it to a library assistant, which would have dropped it to $20.14 on the current pay scale. But that was explained to us that a library assistant couldn't do some of the things that was needed. So they have worked hard to come up with a description of the kinds of things that would be needed and that would then garner additional pay. So it would be in between the two, so it's a new position, but it would be in between the two. And I think it's a good compromise, and I hope that we can vote for it. I understand that we still have the whole argument about benefits or not benefits, but I would just like to go ahead and approve it, because I think we are in a bad state right now, and we need to approve it, because we're also missing Donna and other people who are off on vacation. So.
I echo everything Jan just said.
I agree, 100%.
I have one question, okay?
Of course.
Right now, the lowest person in your pay range is a page, correct?
Yes.
And that's a part-time position. Do they have benefits?
No, they do not. They don't
Okay.
even get earned sick, vacation, or.
Okay. The next level would be this position that's filled. That's filled, correct?
That That on the chart, or that we would fill?
That you
That
have
exists.
This would be
people
the next
working.
one. This would be
Yes.
the next one,
Okay,
yes.
so that's all I wanna point out, is that we would not be slighting the new person by not offering them benefits, because that would, you know, the person that's right below them doesn't get it either. It's not like someone be making less than them were getting benefits, you know what I mean? But by the same time, yeah, go ahead.
Just to clarify, the page does not get benefits because they only work 13 hours and they're not eligible.
Mhm.
For
It's
the
because of
personnel
number of
policy.
hours.
Oh, yeah,
It's because of
okay.
the hours, it's not the
Okay.
position.
Yeah,
To
I'm
clarify.
I'm just saying,
Agreed.
we can go any direction, okay?
Yeah,
We have,
absolutely.
we can go any direction, because either way, there's no one in that level.
Mhm.
The person below them doesn't meet the eligibility of hours anyway, okay? So we have an option of giving them or not giving them benefits, that's all I wanna point out.
You absolutely have that
Okay,
option,
and
yes.
I
would absolutely agree with that.
Yes, okay, good. Go
I would
ahead.
like to make a motion, Madam Chair, that we accept the posting for the senior library assistant position, which is a new position, and that the salary be listed as, that the work requirements be a high school diploma or associate's degree preferred, and that the senior library assistant is a new position, and it's intentionally in between the library assistant and the library technician position. So I'd like us to approve that. I guess I'm making just, anyway.
Okay.
That was a really long motion.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm making a
Hang on.
motion
1 minute.
to approve the posting for the senior library assistant.
Period. Second.
Period.
Okay, all right.
Does that include benefits?
That's what we're discussing right now. Okay, when we talked about this job, we talked about it being a high school degree. I don't recall saying that, yes, we can have as associate or an associate's, okay? What my suggestion is, because I always made I wanted it to be an open position that someone right out of high school would have a path to go to, you know, and so the 2 years of education is not that much more, but what I would suggest is that I personally, maybe, you know what, everyone else who's gonna be working those hours and getting benefits, I would prefer to just leave off preferred, associate, and just leave it at a high school degree required and giving them benefits. Jan?
Giving them benefits?
Yes,
The holidays, vacation, and
the
sick time.
holiday vacation and sick pay,
Just like the other one.
Just like everybody else.
Just like everybody else.
and it's accrued,
As in the personnel policy.
yeah.
Big money.
Yeah, it's earned.
Go ahead, Christine.
No, I was just, we just went into this whole discussion about the person below this position does not get benefits.
And we said that they wouldn't get them anyway because they don't work enough hours.
Yeah, they don't work
Yeah, it was-
enough hours,
yeah.
it's a page, and they don't, anything above anything where
Above
the
18.
hours is, okay, with this new position, with the amount of hours is equivalent to people working the same amount of hours with a different title, is that not correct, ladies?
I'm sorry, it did not. So it would be for 28 hours, everybody who works 28 hours does get holiday pay time off and vacation.
That was my question, to
Yes.
clarify.
That is
So
correct.
everyone who works that number of hours gets that. The person who, what did they work, the page? 13 hours. The page only works 13 hours a week, and they do not get benefits. But everyone now who's working that amount of hours, which is what, 20?
28.
28. They all get benefits.
And that's the
And we're
paid-
talking about just
paid
sick holiday
Yes.
and
Prorated,
vacation,
yeah.
prorated
Earned
vacation.
after their probation period.
After their probation period.
Yes,
right.
after their
Yes.
probation period, yes, yeah.
Just like
I
before.
learned a lot. I didn't know any of this
Still
stuff.
looking at it as a part-time job.
I'm sorry, Christina, I didn't hear her, I'm sorry.
She understands what we're saying, but she still considers it a part-time job.
It is part-time. It is
I
part-time.
know that, I know, and it's, I mean, I don't know of anywhere else that gives, all those benefits for a part-time
That
job.
My
Starbucks
employer
does.
Yes,
So, I agree, that some employers may not give that. The ship is kind of sailing on this right now, but it does not preclude us from having positions that would not be offered this by the future boards. I mean, I think we can't say we're tying the hands of the people next week, next year, or whatever. So, this is for this position because we need it now, and, I would hope that we would all go for it, and I understand that there's gonna be extra dollars involved, but, I just wanna get us, so we've got the people in the library.
I'm gonna say one thing and then I'll let you say one thing, okay? I'm glad you need to sit down because everyone's gonna faint when I say this. So you should sit down. Okay? I feel seriously that, I really feel seriously, if you give benefits to this position, you're gonna get a better person to get that job.
Thank you.
A better quality of position. That's my.
I might fall off my chair, actually.
No clapping, no clapping.
Don't yell at me, Christine. Go ahead, Mark.
Everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
Yes, that's right, we are, yeah.
This is just a question. I didn't realize that this was a new position that we don't have in the budget.
That's right.
So, for clarification purposes, what is
No,
how does it work if we're doing a new position?
it's in the position because Nick just got promoted.
No,
there was
because he was a library tech. You just said this was a new position.
Madam Chair, may I
Yeah,
answer?
let her-
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is a new position, although from what I understand, we have had it in the past.
Not the senior.
Not the senior. We've had so this is a new position for us, yes, but the money itself is in the budget. So we can actually add this position, as long as we have the money and the board approves it, we can add the position.
It's replacing the technician.
And we're not filling the technician, instead we're doing this.
And it's less money than
Yeah,
It
it
was
was cheaper.
Yeah,
It
so
was
it actually
cheaper.
It
will
was
be.
a compromise on to get the
We
money
did save
down
money
and-
by
and
lowering
having
the-
the
yeah.
certain responsibilities.
Yes.
All right, so Jan, do you have a motion on the table that Nancy seconded?
The
by any
motion
chance?
is that we approve, the senior library assistant,
I already
for
seconded that.
posting, yeah.
We'll say as is,
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
seconded by Nancy. Okay, vote.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Helen Palmieri, yes.
Hell yes. Liz Thomas, yes.
Hell yes. Okay, writing that down.
Jan McLaughlin, yes.
I'm not opposed to this position, but I do have a concern with it being a new thing. I didn't realize that, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay, Christine?
I don't have a problem with the position, but I have a problem with the, benefits, so I will say no.
Okay, well, the motion passes 5-2.
Hallelujah.
So, again,
You can.
I
Post
can
it.
post
Yes,
this.
post
Now,
it.
wait,
Thank
Jan, you read the thing. Is it all proper now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And to my understanding, I'm keeping the associate's degree. I apologize.
Yes, yes.
I'm
Yes.
keeping the
As-
associate's.
as is.
As is, okay.
As preferred.
Okay, thank you. Yes, as no
Oh, I
change to
thought
the.
I thought
to
I won
posting.
that one. Okay, I didn't win that one,
But it
okay.
still says high school.
Go ahead.
So this is just a suggestion going forward too. I had written up an EOE statement that was a little bit more in depth as a model. So if you wanted to use something like that, I would do something more than just a 3-word thing. And also, I know you asked for 3 references, and I think that's an older job practice, and you might want to consider eliminating that. But that's just suggestions.
I just wanted to speak to that. We did talk about the equal opportunity in our subcommittee, and I believe the members present did say that those 3
I
words
wanted
were
to use
acceptable.
Morris, yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Oh, no, what one did, oh,
I
you
thought
want-
I thought the equal opportunity employer was acceptable. That was my understanding with the 3 members that were there. So I'm happy to adjust that in the future if the board would like me to.
I think, yeah, that, we're
Let's do
gonna,
it going
we're
forward.
gonna talk about that another day.
Sure,
And then
absolutely.
and vote on the, everyone needs to look at a couple of options, and then we go with one, okay?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah,
It's a
that's not
suggestion
something
for
that
the
needs to be
future
decided
because
tonight.
I think we should do more, but for this, we'll just do it for now.
I will, if the board feels that way, absolutely.
Okay,
Do we want to I don't, it's, just for time, it's 10:47.
I
So
know.
I just need to, what I really need out of the rest of the
We
agenda
need to
is
non-public.
is to approve to go into non-public, but
Yeah,
also
we need to do
approve
that.
the contract of the G-Milk
Yeah.
invoice.
Talk about
That's
that.
really what I need,
Okay,
but the board can
Madam
decide.
Chair, I make a motion that we, look at the contract for G-Milks, first.
Second.
yes.
I would also like to discuss the MOA.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
G-Milks
oh,
and
the
MOA.
MOA, yeah, that's something that's really quick, okay? Yeah, okay, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go ahead, I think, and go into non-public and.
Yep.
No?
No, we gotta do those other things
We're gonna do
first.
G-Milks
Contract
first.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
the contracts, we're gonna do the contracts.
Do you wanna do the contract first and then the MOA, or the MOA and then the contract? That's up to the board.
Do the contract first.
Do the contract. The
Okay.
boss, my boss told me to do the contract.
Okay. Do you want me to speak to that, Madam
Yes,
Chair?
please.
So, this is the only contract I'm presenting this month, it's for G-Milks, which is obviously our consortium. I presented the invoice to the board there. We do have to submit this by August 30th, so I'm looking for an approval, this is for a 1 year. And we get it every July 1st, or every July when we
Yes,
see
yeah.
it. So we get it in July and it's for 1 year, so it goes
Yeah.
till June 30th. So I'm asking for approval of that particular, contract invoice.
And it's in the budget, right?
It is in the budget.
Yeah. Okay, Jan?
I don't know if you want to budget, a motion first and then we can discuss it, that's fine. But, my question is, where is this $48,000?
The line number, what?
Where is it in the budget for a line item?
Yeah.
And what's the percentage increase this year from last year?
I do not have the percentage, well, the challenges from last year is that we didn't get the consortium until October. So
Okay.
it's prorated, so I can't give you a
Yeah.
appropriate percentage. I can for next year, I can do that, because I have this one.
Yeah.
But I can't give you that, my apologies. In the budget, I believe last year we took it out of dues and subscriptions, excuse me. I was gonna say books, and I was like, that's not right, I know it. So it came out of dues and subscriptions.
So, thank you for that clarification. I would strongly suggest as we go forward in budgeting, et cetera, that we clearly try and designate an area for this G-Milks thing, so we're clear as to where that, here's the money, and this is how much we're budgeting, even if we budget,
Are you asking for a separate
No.
line item to speak
Yeah.
to that?
Yes,
Or, okay.
yes.
Okay.
So
That's fine, I have no
So
problem.
that we would have a clear, G-Milks place, so we could have a clear, maybe it's a consortium place, but
Yes,
a clear place so that it's very clear what we're talking about, so it's not, so it's not in some line that means
So you
something
want a
else.
specific line item?
Yeah,
I would actually support that very much. Thank you, Jan, for suggesting that, because then we could also include those cloud library dues in that line item as
Yes,
well.
That's right.
And then it would all be together. So I appreciate that suggestion.
And again, Justin has already told us that we have control.
We plan to do that for the next one. Yeah.
He's given us permission to change those line item, add the line item names, just like database.
or
downloads.
like programs.
Yeah,
Versus
yeah.
management services
Yeah.
or whatever.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we accept the total amount due on the G-Milks contract of $46,481.
Second.
Any conversation, Christine?
No.
Okay.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Moira.
Sorry.
Oh, Maura, I'm sorry.
So this is just a question, but if we are going to include the cloud donation as a line item, do we want to talk about that now, or do we want to put that off?
I would say that we're going, we're going to include it. I think it should
In the budget.
appropriately be, it has to be there. We will have a discussion of how much we will approve for the cloud portion, okay?
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes,
I agree, I think that's certainly a discussion that we should have.
Yeah.
But I would say that was a discussion that should come up during our budget, process.
Oh, absolutely, not
So
now.
I don't think
Yeah.
because it's not
No, it
related to
has
this
nothing
invoice.
to do with the contract.
Yes.
Agreed. Exactly. She was just point of order, when wanted to know where it was gonna go.
Yep.
And how we were gonna handle it.
Yep.
But yes, we will be voting. That's something because it's not optional. You have to pay something, but the amount is optional.
Yes.
So we'll be voting that.
Yep.
Okay. Are we ready for a roll call?
I think we, did we start?
Nancy?
Yeah, certainly. Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Helen Palmieri, yes.
Liz Thomas, yes.
Beth Marco, yes.
Jan McLaughlin, yes?
Maura Ryan, yes.
Christine?
Gerald, yes.
Okay, unanimous carried. Oh my
Thank
God,
you.
this is the best night.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and then with the, so
Okay,
the MOA
the
is the
MOA
next
is next. This is my stuff right now, yours.
That's your stuff, but you can share my stuff.
And all of that,
Yeah, I think
thank
it's.
you, I like to share with you. Will you be my friend?
Absolutely.
Won't you be my buddy?
So,
Yes, Jan?
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to propose a motion that we, accept the memorandum of, it's not an MOU, it's an MOA.
MOA agreement.
Okay, agreement, the
MOA.
memorandum of agreement with
Yeah.
the town of, Londonderry, and then we can have a discussion about it.
Second.
Okay, shall we have discussion? Yep.
So this has come up because, it's not real clear, in smaller towns, the funds that are raised go directly to the library, and that the library has to write checks to people to pay for their salaries, etc. We can't do that in Londonderry because we have so many employees. It's a different situation, because our library is bigger and, this is to kind of iron out the, procedure of what the town would provide for us. So there's, certain policy things that, they'll be responding to, but it's the financial stuff, the personnel stuff, and, those are the two things really that are included. Oh, and the insurance and things like that, which is also the HR stuff. So, those are the items that, currently we're getting from the town, and this is to just try and formalize that. If we need clarification on any of these items, like if the finance department wants clarification, we may have to tweak something, but I would like us to approve it the way it is so that we can go forward and at least have that on the books.
Okay, I have a caveat to that, okay? The caveat is if the admin, if Hannah determines that the way that the admin hours are being handled, we are being awarded, that the way they're being awarded should continue, then I strongly suggest that we use the HR program, equity or something like that.
Whatever the name of it is.
That we use that program to track the time,
Yes.
okay? Because right now, my understanding is every employee tracks their own time.
No.
Okay,
Not for the library.
no?
No. Not every employee gets the admin
No,
time.
I'm talking, we only have 4 people who get the admin time, right?
So
Yeah.
I track my own, Donna tracks her own, and then we would help keep track of Megan and Jen.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So yes, 50%.
And again, yeah, and basically, the way it's done today, in the town, is Kirsten and everyone else just
It goes into the
submits
system.
a timesheet, goes through the system. And so what I would say is if we continue with admin time, then I would be looking to add, if the board should vote to have your payroll system track that time, then we would be able to add it to the MOA at that time.
Sure.
That was my only concern about that MOA,
Sure.
I got it.
okay?
That's fine with me.
Any other discussion?
No? Are we ready for roll call?
Wait,
Christine, did you have
wait,
anything
wait,
else?
wait, wait, one question.
Oh, wait, Mauro,
No.
okay.
My-
Okay,
My question is just, if we wanna make a change, say we're doing something and it's not working, I know it says that it can be terminated by other party, but do we have the ability to suggest changes or alter or amend? Because I don't really see that in here.
I would think you.
Well, that's just,
Oh, wait.
that's,
It's the next.
and that's agreement between us and the town, right?
It's the next line, the amendments.
Okay,
sorry, what?
yeah, I got it.
There's the next section after the termination is
6.
amendments. So
I
it's
would-
already-
It can be amended? Yeah,
And
okay.
since this is a new procedure. you
Yeah.
know,
I'm sure there's flexibility with
I would say since it's right between the
Yeah.
town and, you know, that it would, but it says right there, it can be amended, okay? Christine, do you have any questions, hon?
I do not.
Okay, are we ready for a roll call, ladies?
Hold on.
Oh, wait, Maura, go ahead, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were done.
I would also suggest that you, or some of us, at least meet with the town manager and do a review and check to see how this MOU is working as we progress through it.
it's a
I
good
would
idea.
say we should probably, I would like to see a quarterly review for the first, you know, couple of, you know, for the first year's sake. You know, and that's something, we don't have to vote on that, we could just
No,
establish,
do it.
we are
You
gonna
just let
set up
them know
a
we'd like to have
policy
some
that we're gonna
information.
sit down quarterly, you know, 4 times during the year to make sure everything's going smoothly, okay? All right, we're in agreement, are we ready for a roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Helen Palmieri, yes.
Liz Thomas, yes?
Beth Marco, yes.
Jan McLaughlin, yes.
Maura Ryan, yes.
Steve Fitzgerald, yes.
I'm sorry, I got you,
Yeah.
thank you, Christine, did you say no?
No, I said yes.
Oh, you said yes?
Yes.
Oh, it unanimously, I can't say it with a straight face, it unanimously carried.
Yay.
I'm giddy.
Okay.
Okay, I think, are we up to non-public?
Can we just ask a quick, who made that motion?
I did.
Jen.
Jen,
And it was
okay.
seconded
We
by
just-
Nancy.
Okay,
Nancy
thank you, we just
seconded.
wanted to get clarification on
Yeah.
that.
I missed.
I'm keeping,
I appreciate what you're doing there.
Okay, we're ready for non-public.
Okay,
Yes.
is that, I mean, other than getting,
So once we
deferring-
go into non-public,
Yeah,
we're just gonna come back in and we'll do the, we could, whatever the chair would like to do after
yeah,
that. Is
I
that correct?
think,
Yeah.
I did say I would offer, public comment,
Okay.
okay, so we will do
do we need to
public
accept
comment.
what about the?
For the
Yeah.
couple of
Those
stragglers who
funds,
hung
do you
by.
need those accepted?
We
Yes.
need, we need to have a motion, Madam Chair, I make a motion that we go into non-public session, in accordance with the RSA that's there. 91A, 91-A:3, 2C.
Do I have a second?
Nancy seconds it.
Second.
Okay,
This is a roll call.
Okay.
There's a roll call again.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Helen Palmieri, yes.
Liz Thomas, yes,
Beth Marco, yes.
Jan McLaughlin, yes.
Maura Ryan, yes.
okay,
Christine Fitzgerald.
Christine Fitzgerald,
Fitzgerald, yes.
okay,
Sorry about
I'd like
that.
to make a motion that we, come out of non-public session.
Second.
And can we see all the
do
minutes?
we have
at the same
another,
time?
Two
another
separate
motion?
motions.
Well, we have to vote on it
Okay.
first.
Okay, yeah,
I, Nancy Hendricks.
I, Helen Palmieri.
I, Liz Thomas,
I, Beth Marco.
I, Jan McLaughlin.
I'm Maura Ryan.
Christine,
Steve Fitzgerald.
okay, carries
I would
unanimously.
make a motion that we seal our minutes from non-public.
We need to give a time frame,
Oh.
because once, if we don't give a time frame,
What's
they,
your pleasure, ma'am?
5 years?
10 years.
That was
10 years, whatever, okay.
We need to give them time
A
frame.
week to, what do you want? What do we normally do? Seal them for how long?
I would seal them at least 3 years.
Okay, I make a motion that we seal our minutes from non-public for a minimum of 3 years.
Second.
Okay, roll call,
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Helen Palmieri, yes.
Liz Thomas, yes.
Beth Marco, yes.
Jan McLaughlin, yes?
Maura Ryan, yes.
Steve Fitzgerald, yes.
Okay, it's unanimous, and I think we're ready for public comment, and I know this lovely lady's ready to comment.
I am ready, awesome, thank you. Megan Thompson, 2 Suffrage Drive. And I came here tonight because I'm concerned about how the Board of Trustees has been managing the library. I came into the meeting concerned, and I'm still concerned, though it was nice to hear trustees apologize for some communication issues, and to hear that the board is going to be getting legal advice on some of its proposed policy changes. I'm especially excited that most everyone here is on board with fully staffing the library. That being said, the vision that members of the board have presented for our public library at past meetings is uninspiring, to say the least. There have been threats to cut programs, to de-incentivize library positions, and requests for the staff to focus on admin work over service and programs. In pursuit of this vision for a beaten-down library, the current leadership of the board is willing to hold illegal meetings, rush through important decisions, disregard public and expert opinion, and go against the will of the voters. I have to ask, why do some board members want to cut our library, micromanage our director, and treat the staff poorly? I hear board members say that they're making changes to save taxpayers' money. They want to provide value for taxpayers. As a taxpayer myself, the value that I want the board to provide can be found in growing our library, supporting and retaining the wonderful director and staff that we have, building up the Leach Library so it remains a cornerstone of our community. I moved to Londonderry a few years ago, and when my husband and I were first looking at houses and seriously considering making offers on places, I visited the Leach Library before we did so. I wanted to make sure that we were going to raise our children in a town that has a strong, vibrant public library. A healthy library is indicative of a healthy community, a place that values education, connection, and culture, and has a bright future ahead. Since I moved to Londonderry, I have gotten tremendous value from our library. This year alone, I've saved more than $8,000 by checking out books. That figure is significantly more than the portion of my taxes that go to the library, and it doesn't include the money I've saved from using museum passes and borrowing seeds from the Seed Library and using other library resources. Of course, there's also significant non-financial value to be found at the library, and I found so much of that as I've been taking my 15-month-old daughter to the library multiple times a week. The team at Leach Library has created a warm and welcoming environment in the children's room. The board should be supporting the staff as they continue to grow our library. It's time to start creating real value for Londonderry taxpayers so that we can continue to live in a healthy town with a strong library. My family and I think so highly of the Leach Library staff, and I will continue to work with others in the community who have a vision of a positive, vibrant, strong, and well-supported public library. Thank you.
Megan, what's your address again?
2 Severance Drive.
2 Severance Drive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi, I'm Stephen Matthew, 48 Holstein Avenue. I just wanted to say I think tonight's meeting was a lot better than the past ones, and seems like progress is going forward, which I'm happy to see. I had a question because I know one of the topics brought up tonight was when someone reaches their top of their salary level. I don't know how it works in the library, but like, is there opportunities for promotions? Is another way, like based on, or is it based on their education? They reach a certain level? Because
Madam Chair, may I answer? Or?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Depending on the position, there is opportunity. However, we would have to, usually, we have a lot of part-timers, so a lot of their opportunity would want to be full-time. That would be something that the board would need to approve, obviously. We also offer an education incentive where our staff can go to college or get their master's, and the library would help pay for it to a certain amount. So we do offer that as well. So if they wanted to, hopefully, if we had a librarian position and they did receive their degree during that process, that we would hopefully be able to promote them as well. So it really would depend upon the position and the board's approval on being able to promote.
yeah, or opportunities, is it open? Okay.
Absolutely.
Also, another thing, like, is there, I think you talked about market analysis, right? Does that ever help with someone that reaches a level where if the market moves, it might give them still a chance?
Yeah,
to
it
get
could. It could. That's
Well,
one of the reasons they wanted to do it.
You have to understand that almost yearly, the market goes up. So they'll get that bump up. And it's not like they're frozen in time.
They
Because
get
the
the
market
COLA.
always, it will go up. The
Right.
maximum goes up every year. So they will get next time the maximum type of thing.
Okay. The other thing I was gonna say it's just me giving from my experience, like I deal with external vendors in my job, and usually we hire a company to solve a problem for us.
Mhm.
And I know you talk about, you guys are trying to find ways to meet the RSAs. And I think you have to, the more you can collaborate with the director and staff and make them feel invested in solving the problem, like instead of saying, we have this problem, this is what we want to do to solve the problem, have them even say like, this is what information we have, and then look at what the gap is, and then come up with a solution. And technology is also advancing with AI and stuff, or if you've used databases where you collect the information for donations or whatever, through using databases and then puts it in a spreadsheet, information's there. I don't know, whatever the minimum requirements, but I'm just trying to, that's the way it works for me, where, because I think people see it as micromanaging if you're just ones coming up with the ideas to solve the problem. But if you use them as a resource, I think the school does that pretty well, using the superintendent and the town using the town manager. So this is mine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Richard?
Going on?
No, I already had my turn, and I think everyone's tired.
Just a second.
Richard
Hold on,
Walensky.
just a second. You get to the 0 part. It's late, so my fingers don't wanna start. Okay, go ahead, Richard.
Richard Walensky, 89 Hall Road. Tonight, when you're going through the personnel policy, section 6, appointment and probation period, you took a vote, a 4-3 vote, to allow Erin to remove an employee during the probationary period. I don't have any problem if she has an employee that needs to be removed for whatever reason. That's not a problem. It's her decision. Under New Hampshire state law, only the trustees can remove employees in consultation with the librarian. 202-A:17, employee removal. No employee of a public library shall be discharged or removed from office except by the library trustees. That's law. So you voted to allow her to do it. You might want to run that by Hannah.
Can I comment on that? When we said to remove, she was being sent home.
Dismissed, I think, was the
Dismissed.
word, yeah.
We said she was being dismissed from and being sent home because, or he or she,
Whoever.
because of actions. And then we had to determine, the board determined if it was offensive enough that they would be dismissed.
I think you allowed it. I could be wrong, but I think the way it was put, you allowed her to do it during the probationary period. I don't have a problem if she sends them home. I have no problem with that at all.
No.
Just make sure you don't set yourself
No, I
up that somebody
understand
can come
perfectly.
back.
Did you ladies understand it to mean that she was given carte blanche to,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this was section 6, right?
Section
Yeah,
6.
well, we were
yes.
gonna talk to Hannah on that anyway, yeah.
No, section 6.
But
was
no,
one
my
of the
understanding and
sections.
certainly my intent when I said that is that, you know, what I thought I clearly said is that that person would be dismissed from working that day, sent home, and then Erin would come to us, you know, determine if there's a risk having that person back on work, then we would agree with you and we'd say, yes, you may dismiss that person. We would just be checking to make sure for our own liability, you know, that you know, it was a fireable offense, and that was the whole intent.
So
And normally we don't get into conversations about public comment, but
I think
go ahead.
I think the motion we had was that Erin just had to notify us. I think Richard was correct on that.
Okay.
But this section is not one of the sections that we had
That Hannah's
anticipated
gonna
sending
get.
to Hannah.
Yeah.
So I thought that at the end, didn't you say like a majority of the policy, Nancy? Am I incorrect on that?
I think we took that back.
You kind of went back
I-
and forth on it. I don't care you do it.
Was that from 4?
You just have to go by
6, yeah.
202A:17. 202A:17. Only the trustees can actually make the decision.
I understand that.
All right, that's one,
Thank you.
because you guys ate at my time. So that's done. The salary range sheet that you were holding up, Aaron,
Mm-hmm.
who's approving that?
The board.
They voted on that recent one that had the new person added to it, the new job that you were talking about tonight?
I believe they voted on it when we were discussing that job because they approved the salary
Okay, I'd like to see when
or
that was
the
done.
hourly rate.
And one last thing, since my time is mostly eaten up by discussion. A couple of people brought up the town charter tonight. remember something about the town charter. The town charter is not a governing document for this library.
Correct.
Doesn't matter what's in it. It has no bearing on here. Sean Mulholland, our town manager, while he can advise you, has no legal authority over this board.
Correct.
All right, and I'm hearing stuff otherwise. I know Erica, it was her choice to try to do a recall petition that seemed to be by the town charter, because John showed up and said that they needed less than the 1,800 signatures. That would have been irrelevant, because that's how you remove somebody under the town charter. It does not have anything to do with this board.
Well done.
Well, I have to.
Okay, congratulations.
I
And
think we're all done.
you can't do it. All right, and John was wrong in what he said, by the way, because he would need 4,500 signatures.
Thank you, Richard.
Just ignore.
Anyone else care
You're
to
included,
share?
I'm right and you're not.
Okay, I will.
Chair, I make a motion to
Yeah.
adjourn.
Thank you.
Wow.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Wait, Christine, wait, I'm sorry, Christine's not done. Go ahead.
That's okay, I just wanted to, put out a reminder to Helen that, she still needs to give, post her
Yep, I have them.
part of the minutes for July 9th, because
Yep.
we're pretty much at a month
Yep.
at this point.
Well, they're the yeah, I have them. I have them.
They weren't in public, they were done in public.
Okay, thanks, Christine.
Yep.
Okay, we'll get on that.
She's on it.
Thank you
Okay.
very much, thank you so much. You spent your whole night with us and I appreciate it.
Thanks, people.
You know,
Next
now,
time you
get
give me
some
on
rest,
Zoom.
okay?